Hello.
Good evening, ladies, lords, lasses, and all those in between, and welcome to the Rains of Vitrium. It is I, your humble game master, Le Deathly Shad, your great doggo GM, and his lovely, lovely players. We are down currently one player who will be joining us a little bit later in this session because work decided to make him drive 2.5 hours for no reason. Hooray.
If he's getting paid, it's not no reason.
True, it's no reason. It's pretty good. It's a pretty damn good reason, honestly.
Yeah.
We don't talk about that, okay? Anyway, so remember, if you enjoy the content, to leave a like, a subscribe, and perhaps even a comment if you enjoy this lovely series. New computer parts should be in by the end of this week. Hooray, maybe. At which point I shall have a new rig and I can begin streaming once more. And then I shall rule the galaxy. Quiet.
Debatable.
Till then, I'd like to introduce my players, and then
See,
we're gonna...
Shad would go to rule the galaxy, but then he'd have a meeting and sleep through it by accident.
I heard the election, but I got overposed because I slept through my inaugural dance.
Apparently
Sounds
so.
about right for Shad.
I was supposed to launch the nukes at 12. It's 2 o'clock.
Yeah, call it off.
Anyway.
We'll do it next week.
We'll do it next week.
Well, ain't going nowhere, right?
Yeah. Anyway, so with all that, let's get right into the business. Agathar, say hi to the people.
Hi!
Percival, say hi to the people.
Hello.
Francois, say hi to the people.
Hello.
Valen, say hi to the people.
Hello, everyone.
And Soren, say hi to the people.
Good job!
It's me, Soren.
Squidward! Good!
Wait, no, hold on. I got it. I've got Soren. Top of the morning to you laddies. Wait, no, wrong eye. Close enough, though.
Like the
Yeah,
exact
fair enough.
opposite energy.
Close enough.
You see,
Alright.
you gotta go a little
Top
bit
of the morning to you.
Okay. Bad Irish accents aside.
I don't know what you're talking about. My Irish is pretty good.
Oh,
It is pretty good.
Oh, jeez. Yeah. Only mildly jealous. Anyway, when last we left our
Trust me, I cannot do it consistently. That shit goes straight to Scottish if I do it for more than like 2 sentences.
Oh, don't worry. I'm sure it'll be fine.
And then if I try to do Scottish, it goes to Irish. There's no winning.
Don't worry. I'm sure
Sounds
you'll
like
win
you have a
one day.
lose-lose situation there.
Anyway, when last we left our adventurers, Agathar the Kobold Necromancer, Percival the Halfling Divination Wizard, Francois the Rabbit Folk Monk, Soren the Rabbit Folk Samurai, and Valen the Rabbit Folk Cleric, the party discovered a top-secret piece of information. The Forge has been discovered. The Forge, in this instance, being an artifact of extreme magical power that is said to be able to create Zimlite. And Zimlite is a particular magical material that is specific to Merzye, that is used to create all sorts of magical artifacts and accoutrements, including but not limited to that massive fuck-off teleportation restriction field around the entirety of Fort Providence currently. As just a little taste of what it can do.
We're definitely going to blow that up, right?
Probably not.
Sure.
Anyway,
So-
so
Blow it up.
I don't.
Anyway, the Shimmering Veil, a group of insurgents that have contracted the party to attempt to find this artifact before the Debt Lords do, but gave them a week to decide on their course of action of if they would take them up on this offer or not. Yet, while discussions were occurring, Soy Fang appeared in the middle of the group and offered them a meeting with their former arch nemesis, Raymier, Emperor of the Sands of Suba. Or former Emperor of the Sands of Suba, in order to bury the hatchet, so to speak. A invitation that the party readily accepted. After dodging tails, they arrived at a small restaurant and began peace talks with Raymier. After some awkward conversation and a surprising amount of flirting between Raymier, Soren, and Agathar, he returned...
Let's be honest, only one of those three was surprising.
You know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. He returned Agathar's spellbook and Percival's thought-to-be-destroyed Ring of Mind Shielding. And afterwards, gave them an alternative route. That they could, instead of delivering the forge to the Shimmering Veil, they could instead deliver the forge to him and the Dead Lords. And they might tear each other into pieces over this artifact. Or control of it.
Wasn't it turning the forge to the Dead Lord that has the carriage?
No,
no.
I don't want any of them.
I want my home. I want the one that has my home to give me my home.
We'll
they
cross
fight
it
with-
when we get there.
Anyway.
They fight each other. Whatever.
Anyway. Yet is giving the Debt Lords the ability to make more of what they want a good idea? Will the party side with the Shimmering Veil, where they consolidate the two forces together? And where does the Archmage of Transmutation fit into all of this? Who knows? I don't. Let's find out as we return to the Rains of Vitrium.
I have this feeling if we just turn this place upside down and shake it really hard, he'll find him. We'll find him eventually.
Yeah, sounds about right. Since they have
Grab it by the ankles.
Grab his dick and twist
Lunch
it.
money, lunch money.
Yeah, give me your secrets.
Agathar,
use testicular torsion.
Cast testicular torsion.
Anyway, so you guys have just finished your meeting. You are currently seated inside of a restaurant, and this halfling man kind of like comes up to you guys as you kind of like have your food on the table before you, and you've been eating and drinking a little bit. And he just kind of like looks to each of you as squints with his one good eye. Arg! Are your children enjoying their kids' meals?
Agathar just has his head turned away from the guy. Just nods.
About this.
Speaking of which, Percival and Agathar, your particular meals are like they're a decent size, but they came with a little sheet of paper that had poorly drawn pirates on it and a little box of crayons.
To try to relieve
It's dino
tension.
nuggies and a cup of mac and cheese.
Definitely to like, because he definitely stood, because I remember he pulled Raymier aside a little bit to talk about something, and he just like stood at the door for maybe a solid 30 seconds before getting the courage.
This is after you guys have sat back down.
Yeah. I was gonna get to that point. To try to like calm himself down. He definitely colored in. He definitely did coloring.
Roll a sleight of hand. Let's see how well you colored in those lines.
He's a professional. That's yeah.
We go in as kids and we come out and we hand this man like the Mona Lisa.
Yeah. Like, sorry. Yeah. I was like, this is a sketch. Just
like stuff this up your ass.
Well, I mean, you'll need to roll a sleight of hand for that, Percival, if you're coloring if you're coloring the papers.
Why would I color? Percy's just doing like mathematical equations and shit.
Okay.
Writing out like something.
All right then. So yes, Agathar, you not only color in the lines perfectly, you actually straighten them out and make the shitty pirate drawings look like actual pirate drawings. With that natural 20, this sheet of paper goes. It looks like it's professionally made, like one of those like printouts from like a modern day, restaurant.
God, I wish someone was here to see that.
I just look over and it's like, that's pretty good.
Thanks. I do doodling and blueprints and all that, so I guess I never really thought about
Only
just doing
natural,
it.
yes?
I guess so. I've done a lot of doodling.
My side has just got like a bunch of like geometric shapes and, and like
Okay.
math.
Can I
Roll
double check her work?
Arcana. Roll
Sure.
roll Arcana for your
But
notations.
I definitely
why?
want to like eye over and then like look to see if because it's math wizard stuff. He's curious.
I'll give you
Run
that
squad
as
just
well.
stuff though.
Renswall just looks over at both of them and gets like a kind of like
Oh.
a small sly smile and is just like, it's nice to have such a talented niece and nephew.
So your scientific notation is coming out impeccably. And with that 31 Arcana, if you want to tell Agathar what you're drawing, I mean, like, go ahead. He probably knows what it is.
It's a chemical equation.
I probably like recognize the like maybe equation, and he's probably like learned through mitosis with maybe watching Mel do her own thing or whatever, and so
This is the chemical equation for methamphetamine.
It's a chemical equation for a violent substance. A highly unstable chemical compound.
It is nitroglycerin, I believe.
that's fucking my god.
See, I was thinking thermite.
Yeah.
Thermite isn't explosive. Thermite is
Just
incendiary.
extremely exothermic.
Yeah.
yes, it'll melt just about anything in its path.
So what you're saying is we need to put some on Belle.
Just give her a launcher, dude. Just fucking.
Give
made-
Belle a thermal lance.
We
Yeah.
made
yeah,
thermite
it's
in my high school chemistry class.
It's
because-
a chemical equation, and with a 31, you get the idea that she's calculating for mass and effectiveness.
Does it go into high numbers? Like what will it take to go through 5 tons or something like that?
Something vague. It does. She's not being like.
Mm-hmm.
She's writing out like what the amount and pressure of the active chemical would do to stone versus steel versus wood, and at what volumes. And she looks like she's kind of parsing out how much of each substance and how much of that chemical compound would be needed.
Mm-hmm. Huh. So you're thinking about something, huh?
No, this is nothing.
Doesn't
Just
seem like
notations.
I mean, I recognize the chemical compositions and all the mathematics, so it doesn't seem like nothing. Do you think we'll need something like that for the forge?
Let's see.
They say a true artist draws what their heart desires. I desire explosives.
I desire death and destruction.
If you'd like,
There's
Agathar,
hardly.
if you'd like, Agathar, you may roll a counter of insight if you want to.
I will do my damnedest.
Continue,
Agthar
Voss.
is too.
There's hardly a situation where knowing the outcome to a possible wall we may encounter.
Fair enough.
Though I do not have any of my lab with me, so this is just theory crafting.
Well, it's a very thorough theory.
Yes, she folds the paper and gently pulls it back and slips it away out of sight.
Mm-hmm. Shrugs and just continues back to just perfecting his drawing.
I'd like to imagine he has like the tongue in like the corner of his mouth, and he's just like
He does do that a little
concentrating,
bit.
just like.
It's weird. He definitely has the full hand grip.
I would say
There's no technique. It's just the firm hand grip, but like his wrist is very like dexterous, and it's somehow working very well for him.
He's firmly grasped it.
Yeah, I'm firmly grasping it.
Grasp it.
Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
So, that was an rather interesting and informative meeting.
I'd like to say this man is still right there beside your table, waiting for...
What do you want?
Well, you little lassie, I was wondering how ye be doing with your meals, eh?
Well,
I see your
maybe.
auntie's very proud of your artwork.
Huh? He looks up. Oh, right.
a museum would be proud of his artwork.
It's just a doodle. It's fine. He realizes also at a restaurant he's been so focused on drawing, he was just like, wait, and he looks at his plate of food. Did Soy Fang eat all of his food again?
Yes, she did.
She's like, you're too fat. Let me eat this for you so you don't have to.
And I ate the whole day.
No, it's not even that. It's just like you're too slow.
Damn
You
it,
know
Percy.
how many?
I haven't eaten all day.
Percy pushes
Scale
her, what's left of her food to you.
I got too invested in the drawing.
I got lost in the sauce.
I got lost in the sauce.
So yeah,
Thank,
Percy just slides her plate to you.
thank you. You don't have to. I could have just. I'm not gonna. Of course, I start eating. I do the little like I kind of like huddle over the food, give a glance at Soy Fang, and just kind of like move it away.
Meanwhile, Percy's like, see, the thing is, I have privileges. I just start picking off of Francois's plate.
Aye, it's always good to see you kids enjoying your food and your meals and stuff. Mind if I be seeing your artwork? I'm gonna put it on me wall of art. And he just kind of like gestures to a wall.
You get to peep that.
He gestures to a wall that has nothing on it, and you just kind of like. If you look around a bit more, you'll see that there is indeed a wall that has a bunch of very terribly done artwork on it.
All by him.
No, by other kids.
Well, I wouldn't want to, I mean, as good as that artwork is up there, I don't want this to overshadow all that beautiful artwork over there.
I
you know.
understand. You'd be wanting it on your mother's refrigerator.
Sure, yeah. This is a personal portrait, a personal piece.
Of course, laddie. Well then, be ye needing any of our food?
I believe everyone is good, yes? Francois just kind of looks around the table.
Soy Fang silently lowers her hand.
How hungry are you?
You don't
Yes.
understand how much metabolism... You don't understand how much energy it takes to do what I do.
I guess that's true. I really don't.
She leans in, she whispers. I shift through walls and under doorways, into the smallest cracks of everything, to get into places. It takes a lot of energy and a lot of effort.
Well,
It sounds like you have the money to buy your own damn food.
How about
Instead of
this?
eating his.
I look as she's eating off of Red Swaz.
No, it's Soren's.
Yeah, it's Soren's.
Oh no, I think he meant like me saying that and I'm picking off.
Yeah, you're picking up the
plate.
Ren Swaz plate.
Hey, I'm doing this and they are aware of it.
How about this? He turns
would
to face the pirate.
He would be aware of it if he paid more attention.
That's true. How about this? I'll make you a deal. I will let you have this wonderful drawing that I have, and you can put it up wherever you want. If we can get another round of food.
Aye, laddie. But that art piece, it had to be the Mona Lisa in the making.
Look at it.
I'd like to imagine as he says that, you just kind of like hold up your piece,
Yeah.
and he looks at it.
And like
I mean-
golden light emits out of the
Yes!
drawing.
Oh! Be still, my ever-beating heart. It's beautiful. It's the most beautiful goddamn thing I had ever seen.
As
It
he
brings a
proceeds to-
tear to me one good eye.
Right. So
Take whatever you want, laddie. I couldn't. I can't put that on the wall. I couldn't ever put that on the wall. He just.
I'm
As this
selling
man-
it. I'm gonna be rich.
As this man
Oh.
takes a piece of art, sells it, and
I
gets
think
out
I look at the drawing and it's like, okay, I really need to hold on to this. He just looks so surprised.
He
He's
then,
just like, I found my next multi-class. What
Yeah.
is artist?
Bard.
Let me scroll through Bard.
actually, let's see about some. Anyway,
I have a plus 2 modifier. That's not really gonna get me far.
hey,
That's
hey,
gonna get you
Agathar.
far enough.
Hi.
Agathar, write on your sheet, natural 20 art piece
Okay, definitely.
somewhere.
I definitely, yeah, because I
Remind-
know who I want to show it to.
Remind me of it when you take a long rest.
Okay, I'm okay. I'm a little of fear, but that's okay.
Don't worry about it. You'll be fine. Probably.
That's just gonna become gold.
It's like, it's definitely not
So,
so well made that it animates.
I
Comes
mean,
to life. Fucking
That-
Epic Mickey style.
Yay, another
Yeah.
friend.
your
You just
pirate
might find-
peels off the page to say what's up because he gave you magical pigments. Anyway,
Or
so
you just might find Electrum under your bed.
so
Your
he
pillow.
leaves and gets back more food for you guys. He's still crying.
With half of his face.
Yes, with half of his face as he just lays down 3 more very large platters of food, which one disappears instantly. The other 2
Yeah.
are just kind of still there, but they
For
look a
now.
bit smaller than what they did before.
It's like, all right. Well, I was gonna slide to the platter. Okay, that's fine.
I'm gonna go rethink my life there, laddie.
Okay, don't hurt yourself, please.
I won't. I couldn't ever after seeing something so beautiful.
Agathar just slowly looks at his hands.
It made me one good eye see well for a minute there.
Am I in the wrong career? He just looks at Soy Fang. It's like, am I in the wrong career?
Some people say that people like yourself and me are artists with the blade.
I guess I'm both.
Hmm. So it seems. Here, look at what I can do. And she places a piece of paper on the countertop.
Mm-hmm.
From nowhere, just puts it on the countertop,
It doesn't question it at all.
and she begins to draw. All right, Soy
I s-
Fang,
I stare
time to
intently.
see what you can do.
I give her the help action.
That
I-
one.
I just like share.
I use silvery barbs to hurt her.
I gotta just
She
shoot
has to-
first, no?
She has to succeed first, bitch.
True. If she fails, I won't have to use silvery barbs.
We will see. We will see.
Too bad I don't have counter. Too bad I don't have counter spell ready.
I cast
Okay,
Bane.
okay. So,
What if she's like halfway through and I cast haste on her and she just fucks the drawing up?
all right. So, she draws a stick figure, and it maybe looks a little bit like Agathar, but it could also be a winged chipmunk. You're not sure.
Cool.
And she shows it. I did this.
He just smile beams.
You sure did.
It is probably at least maybe a little bit better than a child's drawing.
Shad rolled a 2.
No. I roll. She rolled an 18.
Oh no.
She has no artistic talent or skill, like at all.
I love it. It's awesome. Is that supposed to be me?
Yes.
That's awesome. I love it.
Thank you.
Can I keep it?
Yes, you may.
He's so excited that it's just like he's never had anybody to like, you know, draw with really, and he hasn't honestly thought about doing that with Soren, so he just takes it and then just gives her a kiss on the cheek. He's just so happy.
So this is a new emotion for me.
Well, you.
I
You
don't
wear
know
it
how I
well.
feel about this.
Well, you wear it well, dearest. He just gives her a fucking shit-eating grin.
Her eyes narrow. Oh, stop that. It's intensifying the emotion further.
No, I don't wanna.
I don't know how I feel about this. And then, just like that, suddenly you can no longer see her anymore. You're like, you
And all the food is gone.
half of a tray is left.
There's a knife. There's a knife in Agathar's shoulder. She did not react. She was like, stab.
She's
It's a love.
Agathar.
It's
Look,
a love bite,
a
right?
distraction.
That's how that works.
No.
Oh, that's a good. Oh, he's naming his scythe that love bite.
But no, if Soy Fang stabs Agathar, then she's hurting herself too.
That's also very true.
Good. What she's trying to do is she's trying to center herself into an emotion that she understands. Pain.
Yes. This is familiar. This is much better.
I recognize this one.
Anyway, she's gone now. And all that's left is the very terribly done Agathar. And half a platter of food.
He very carefully folds it up and puts it in his bag. He's just beaming.
Aw, adorable. With that in mind, do you guys have anything else you'd like to discuss in this particular area, or do you wish to go back to the hideout?
I had an idea on how we could pitch this idea to them.
Mhm.
And does anyone have a game set on them, like chess?
What items?
Some of us have our shit back.
Renswa
I
and
don't have a
Agathar
game.
specifically have their shit.
Yeah, I never had a game
Oh,
set.
also, Agathar,
Huh?
you might want to check your bag anyway.
Oh, okay. He's putting the.
We've got some massage oils in there.
He's putting. Yeah, I mean, he's opening the bag anyway to put the note in, so I guess he looks in.
I mean, like as you're like, well, I don't have a game set. You just kind of like put the you put the note in your bag of holding. You look down there and you're like, hey, wait a minute, that's a chess set right there.
Belle is already. She's like playing it with Doug in the bag of holding.
No, it's not like Belle has not been reconstituted yet. I don't think.
No, she has.
Yeah.
Oh, she has. Okay.
Yeah, I summoned her in the morning.
Okay.
All right then.
So you do have a chess set then. Would you mind handing it to me?
Sure. Yeah. He hands it over.
You
Set
actually
the pieces
Poison
up.
from
you
Belle.
actually note that there are 3 different chess sets in there. You have one is a regular chess set. The other looks like a 4-player chess set. And the third is this one really weird looking chess set that has 4 different layers to it on this kind of like glass prismatic system that it looks like you could place the pieces on any of the 4 layers.
Cat's over here making references
5D
to the
chess
game with a
bet.
4D chess.
And if you like to, you may roll a intelligence check.
Sure.
Does the chess shit have planar shift on all of the boards?
Belle, did you steal this?
No, you can't really wrap your head
5.
around it as a concept. You're like, what the fuck
That's-
is this chess set?
That's weird. Okay, that's new. Yeah, I have.
It's
I
about
have
midway through a game, you think? Question mark.
Yeah, I'll cross that bridge when I get there. I take out the normal chess set, I guess.
I set it up, and I take a piece. I take like a couple of little knickknacks I've got. I guess I don't have any money. I'm fucking broke.
Hell yeah, brother.
Who has some coppers?
I don't think any of us have copper on them.
Well, either way. Imagine the chessboard is our problem. One side is our resistance fighters, and the other side would be the Death Lords. In this scenario, no one can truly say who would come out on top. There are too many variables, yes?
Sure.
And she motions to... This is the scenario we find ourselves in right now, with the resistance aversing the Death Lords. And she... I guess... What do I have? I don't have much. I guess, fuck. She takes one of the pieces, I guess one of the extras, because you've got 4 game sets now.
Apparently.
And she places it in the middle. We'll call this the forge between them. They could battle it out. There's no telling which will get it. But if we say, and she turns the board slightly so it faces neither of us, and moves the forge to one side, if, say, we were to place the forge in the grips of one, we would no longer be a part of that equation. We know enough about these people to know that they are ferociously greedy and only work with one another out of necessity. At least that is what I am assuming. They don't appear to be the type who would go out of their way to share their earnings. Not willingly, at least.
Not unless it helps them.
In this instance, the board is facing Death Lord versus Death Lord. One with the engine. And we assumedly hope that they rip one another apart in an effort to get it from one another. The only thing we need to worry about is the ones who do not have it teaming up and then coming to an agreement over how it is used. We need to make it enticing enough that they don't allow one another to share it. That's the issue at hand. How do we keep them separate?
Well, maybe we can have. I'm pulling up names. Maybe we can have Raymier hype up Loden, since he's already kind of in his pocket already.
Possibly. Sowing mistrust.
I think they already don't trust each other as is. I mean, the Fire Genasi guy
Absolutely.
already hates the other person.
They do. But notice how they all still live within one another's grasp. It's necessity. We need necessity to go to the wayside. they all believe this is the opportunity to do away with the others, then they will do tooth and nail, and we'll only need to stand back and let it happen. But we need assurances. That's where our friends in the Resistance come in. They have people in and out, likely those who can place incriminating evidence, misdeeds, doubt, make it so they question their alliances more so than they already do.
You wish to sow distrust between the Debt Lords.
I'm pretty sure they don't trust one another. We need to shake them up enough that they would not be willing to work with one another to get this. Distrust, yes. But how much more distrust do you sow between people who already hate one another and only work out of the knowledge that they are stronger together to keep the people down and the money in their pockets? They need to think that this forge would be enough to put them over the edge, to no longer need the others.
I feel like if it can create Zimlite, I feel like it may already be doing that.
Very so. I could be wrong. We might not have to do very much, but we also need to be sure. So, I suspect we would need to talk with our friends in the underground about this.
It certainly can't hurt to grease the wheels, as it were, with their displeasure amongst each other.
Yeah, if we can get some sort of fire going.
It wouldn't hurt. They are looking for mercenaries. Perhaps we could convince the Resistance to taint the waters there. Have talk of mercenaries hired by one be working for the other, like in their pocket.
Well, to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if some of the Debt Lords wouldn't hire their own mercenaries for this anyway.
Oh, they are. They all have mercenaries. They're slowly building up a small troop to do this. We're just available, so we can get a jump on this before they accumulate the force to go out and do it themselves. It's a lot of what ifs. We need to get these people together and discuss with more knowledge on this place. We have precious little of it.
At around this point in time, a few different people begin to filter into the restaurant, cloaked and robed to protect from the outside influences, the sun and the heat and so on and so forth, but each of them looking fairly well off.
How many?
At least 10.
10?
Well, wait, hold on. Let me.
Ooh,
Let me count a thing.
Yes, hello. Party of 10 for pretentious?
Alright, who has combat skills ready?
Me, always. But I'm also still working off what I had the other day, because I never slept. But a good polymorph, a banishment, and a blight,
no,
and we're good.
There are 8. There are 8 of these robed individuals.
Alright, Rensoir, all you.
And as they kind of like take seats around the bar at various different intervals, it doesn't look as if they're together, but they're all wearing kind of like the same basic garb as one another. And they're all kind of seated in various at various tables around a central table. that you see two of them kind of like push together to make a bigger table before they sit on the outskirt tables. More towards
Are
like
they
the middle of the area.
Are they conveniently spaced out? They kind of encircle us.
No, you guys are in the corner of the room.
Do they have quick access to the exit?
They are between you guys and the exit, yes.
Okay.
But that's just like a natural byproduct of them being like as spread out as they are in the current room. It doesn't
Right.
look like if you guys want to insight them, you certainly can, but it doesn't.
Yes.
It doesn't
Yep.
look as if they're interested in you guys specifically.
Insight, go.
17.
Oh, there you go, Valen.
20.
Ah, yes. The paranoid one.
God damn.
If anyone else would like to roll, you may certainly do so.
I am not in good spirits at the moment. I will allow it to be.
It's
Okay,
always
then.
the paranoid one.
I am
I have
still not
also
at the computer,
pseudo-
but if someone could roll insight for me, please.
I will roll insight for you. I'm gonna open roll a d20, and the d20 roll is a 3,
Aw.
which means it's like what, a 10?
Because what is insight? Wisdom?
Yes,
Yes.
wisdom.
So then it would be a 7.
It would be a +7 or a 7 in total.
No, I think 7 total. 7 or
Okay.
9. I forget if I have insight proficiency. I do not believe I do.
If you do have insight proficiency, then it would be a 10 total because 3 plus 4 is 7, 7 plus 3 is 10. But if you just have regular wisdom modifier at a +4, then it's a 7.
Either way, it's low as shit.
Yeah, low as shit. So that is a 7. With a 7, Renswa, you kind of aren't really paying attention. You're paying more attention to what Percival is doing as the two of you are kind of like mapping out on these chessboards, like what exactly is going on. And Agathar, you kind of like look up and you see these people kind of like arranging this area and posting up on the corners of this grouping of tables that has 8 chairs around it as well. And you kind of start getting a sense that something is happening, but it's not involving you guys. And with the natural 20 Valen, these guys are not interested in you. It is more that they are setting up a meeting point for more people to come in, and this is just kind of like their meeting place of choice. But around the point in time it clicks for Agathar, you've already put it together. You recognize the robes and outfit that the 8 people are wearing as the same group of people that attacked you guys outside of Merzye.
It's the fucking chess guys.
As 8 more people filter in.
That's 16 people. Think we can handle the chessboard in this situation?
No.
We don't need to. They're not a problem right now.
As I show off the effect of a natural 20 on an encounter table.
Oh god.
So the first 2 people to come in are 2 individuals that look like longbowmen. Oh no, sorry. Yeah, no. These first 2 people are actually individuals with shields and like large tower shields, heavy armor, and they they also have a small horse-like pendant hanging from their waist that they have a hand on currently, and what appears to be a lance on their back and a longsword as well. The lance itself is collapsed inwards and appears to have runic glyphs traced along it. The next 2 people to come in are 2 individuals that look like longbowmen with longbows stretched across their backs, robes, leathers, a quiver of arrows on their hip that seems to have a small enchantment on it. As you can see more Zimlite glyphs and runes on it, and their armor as well. Next in are two robed individuals that look like, wizards. Or magic caster types. And the final people that come in are a human female with, long dark hair and a crown upon her head that is stylized and seems to kind of like have this ethereal glow to it. And the very last person to walk in is a man in very regal royal purples and golds and a crown upon his head as well that is also stylized in nature. Both of these crowns kind of like whip into existence the second the two of them walk into the room itself, as they all take a seat at the central round table in between all the others and begin to discuss things amongst themselves in a hushed whisper as you watch as the dark-haired human female just kind of like twist a ring on her finger as this bubble appears around them, and you can no longer hear what they're saying.
Oh, looks like we're in the middle of a business meeting over there.
Also, the individual in question is a tabaxi. The king, that is.
Mm-hmm.
You could say that. Look familiar, don't they?
Yep. Well, they're currently not going after us, so maybe we should make ourselves scarce.
True. Since we are...
Still wanted.
Yes. That, and I have a feeling we'll be seeing them soon.
Yep. So let's beat them to the punch.
Wait, you want to attack them?
No, I want to get
No,
out.
no.
I know. Let's be honest. The Dead Lords are gonna hire those guys anyway. That's probably one of them.
He just thumbs to the crown-looking person. But
I doubt it, since they're here. But let's be honest. We're probably gonna run into those guys anyway on our way to the the forge. So.
And then let's go.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
All right, then.
He kind of shrinks a little bit into his hood to, help disguise himself, and he, just gets out of the seat.
All right. You have your hood up. You're trying to run past him.
Run, but
I know what you mean. You're schmoozing along.
Yeah.
Who else is following?
All right, what's the line order here, guys? It's Agathar, then who? Let's throw Soren right behind Agathar.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right then.
I want to say Percy, then me, then Rensois. Because monk.
Okay then. And Percival at the very tail end. All right then. So, the five of you pick yourselves up and begin to try and scooch past all of the individuals in between you and the front door. You skirt around the outskirts, and the robed individuals kind of just like peek up and look at you guys and just track your movements. They don't appear to be particularly interested in any of you. As I roll a couple different things in the background. Oh
So
my.
this is a good game.
Good start.
I'm probably gonna be back to feeble-minded.
Yeah.
I can cast spells again. Aww.
No. No.
I'm not that mean. What the hell do you think I am?
I don't know. Have you seen your puzzle dungeons?
Quiet about those. So as you guys make your way past, one of the longbowmen kind of like perks their ears up and glances over to you guys. One of the mages takes a note of you as well. And the last person to also take note of you is the king himself. As he looks at you guys, takes a moment, and then you see a look of recognition across his face.
God damn it.
And he just smiles at you guys and waves. Before muttering something to the queen as she twists her ring back and the barrier comes down. And he goes, "Ah, look! If it isn't our old friends. Come, have a seat, take a drink with us. No hard feelings, yes? Just purely business, what happened on those mountainsides."
Yes, mercenary work and all that.
Hey, look. We were just doing our job, eh? Plus, it seems as if one of you is back to normal.
Pointing at Phelan. Debatable.
His normal.
Ah, well, come on. Have a seat. No hard feelings between adventuring parties, yes?
I just look at the others like, I don't know about this.
Oh, let me get out.
I'll let you.
Rensois will, because Percy's like right behind Rensois, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, she'll kind of duck down and be like, "What do you think? They could be useful."
Agreed. I'm saying this softly, so it's not to be heard.
I figure.
Let's be careful with what we share.
Naturally.
Yeah, so I could probably use a drink. Although I've already had a meal, well, half of one at least.
And half of mine.
To be honest, I only had a few nibbles. Most of yours was carrots.
Fair enough.
Ah,
I
well.
looked at the others and I'm like, why not? Explore all options.
Ah, well, but of course. Hey, pawns, come. Set up tables for our compatriots. And, with kind of like a snap of his hand, two of the pawns, as you know them now as, stand up and begin to quickly shuffle another table into place and a few more chairs for you guys to sit in.
Okay. Fuck. Okay.
Before they take their seats back on the outskirts.
So,
do you guys
Percy
take a
orders.
seat?
Yeah, Percy takes a seat, orders a whiskey.
All right. The king just kind of like waves his hand and goes, No. Compatriots, you do not have to order for yourself in the king's presence. This is what we have pawns for, yes?
Agathar just so hates this guy.
Percy is indifferent.
Pawn, come here. And one of the pawns stands up and comes over and he kind of like pats him on the shoulder. Please, give your orders to this one. He shall go to the store owner and take them for you.
Percy's indifferent because if they could have people do shit for them, they would.
More or less. I don't believe this man who runs this place has your drink, so you may want to order something a little more simple.
Talking to Rensois.
I'm fine with a simple glass of white wine. Thank you.
All right, white wine. I'll have a whiskey sour. Soren will have sake or whatever he decides he wants to
Sake.
drink. I don't sake.
Eh.
And I looked at Agathar and Valen, and maybe if Squirrel Girl is still here.
No,
She's not.
she dipped. She dipped.
Of
she got too
course.
flustered.
At least no one's drinking your drink this time.
Squirrel.exe has been broken.
yeah, pretty much.
Look, don't worry about her. She'll be back soon. Who knows?
Oh yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine.
So yeah, you guys order your drinks. The pawn rushes over to collect them and then brings them all back before very delicately setting them all back down again. And the king simply gives his pawn a nod. Thank you, pawn. You may return to your seat. To which they nod and rush back over to their seat, take a seat again, and return to their vigil. So, you have all entered this building. It was a stroke of luck that we ran into each other, no? almost as if the dice, the gods cast had rolled 100.
Is that what happened, Shad?
Yes, it is. Yes,
A curious thing. Fate has a way of spinning itself, and either one's favor or detriment, and hardly between.
but of course. Now,
So
to inquire, you have each recovered from your, well, except for the one of you, but you have each recovered from your particular ailments, yes?
More or less.
Good.
Essentially.
Good. If not, then I would have provided the services of one of my bishops in a bit of a bury the hatchet style moment, so to speak. Yes.
How kind of you.
I have been told I am quite kind.
So what brings you to this eatery at such a time of day?
Ah, well, me and my associates were discussing business with each other. Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And am I allowed to inquire on what your current job is?
Sadly, that may be a bit more classified, so to speak. Eh? We do not know where the winds of change take us. May I inquire as to what your business is? Being, he glances over to the queen and gives her a nod as she twists the ring back, and you feel like the sensation of your ears popping as the general din of the outside world goes quiet, and all that's left is just the voices in this bubble.
Unfortunately, much the same. Not at the liberty to say.
Ah, yes, but you are wanted individuals.
Well,
But fear
it goes
not.
without saying.
Fear not. We are no bounty hunters. We are a mercenary group. Never do anything for free, so we say. And while your bounties may be substantial, we could get more funds if we were to allow you to run rampant for a little while longer. Assuming you are guilty of everything they say you are guilty of.
I've stolen. I've taken. I have one of my wanted posters, don't I?
Yes, you do.
I just I reach into my pocket and I pull it out and unfurl it and read. What does it say I'm guilty of?
You are guilty of the murder of one of the town guards, as well as necromancy.
Blink, blink. That second one seems more blanket. Don't do necromancy.
It also notes that you are a dangerous spellcaster.
Oh, blah blah. Who isn't? It should say competent spellcaster.
Yeah.
Ugh.
It also notes
Well-
that you are capable of casting tier 4 magic.
Eh.
Actually, no, tier 5. There we go.
Oh. I was going to say. Haha, dated.
No. In fact, it notes that each of you are capable of casting tier 5, except for Agathar. Agathar's capable of casting tier 3, I believe.
How do they fucking know that?
Well, that's a
Magic.
lie. You know what?
I am very much capable of casting higher. It's just, it's a big price.
Because
Ren Soren can't cast magic.
Well, I mean, Soren, there isn't a magic on his register. It just notes that he is lethal with his weapons.
Yeah.
You can cut a man's hand off. And Percy just kind of shrugs. Well, it's not technically wrong.
Eh.
But who isn't guilty of not being a pushover?
The majority of the people of Merzye, or anywhere really.
Then I'm no more guilty than you or me of the crime of breathing the same air.
Of course. But this does not stop you from having a bounty. But at the same time,
How much is it?
one of you's written them down, right?
$1.
I swear.
there's also
I know.
there's also like Valen said, it's like Francois can cast second tier magic now.
I didn't write any of it down. No, I just know
I know-
Agathar had the highest.
Yeah, Agathar was at 15,000. Valen was at 5. Everyone else is in between.
Was it like, everybody else is like the average in between.
Yeah, anywhere between 5 to 15k.
Yeah.
15K? You mean 1,500?
Pretty sure it
That's-
was K.
No, it was in
Yeah,
the thousands.
it was thousands. Like you guys take a you guys like you guys are at the level like Agathar here can have a horde of undead attack people just straight up.
What?
That
Nah,
puts
it would
him
take me
way
so
up there on
long.
the threat level.
It would
Uh,
take me weeks.
Hmm. You also have bag of holding.
What?
Anyway.
Not on me.
Anyway, hardly really matters. But yes, you each have fairly high bounties. Between the 5 and 15k range. And, he just shrugs. At any rate, we are not here to discuss your bounties. We are here to discuss, well, whatever it is you were wanting to ask us about, yes?
Not to dissuade, but you invited us over here. We were about to leave.
Ah, this is true. Well, I simply wanted to give you a bit of a checkup and make it known that there is to be no hard feelings between the two of our groups, yes?
Percy kind of shrugs, like,
You're paid to do a job. What can we say?
You're currently not trying to attack me, so you've got that going for you.
Ah, but of course. And let us say that if we ever do get another contract to come after you again, then I shall have, I believe I shall have my queen send a little message, a little pre-warning in regard to this. As a professional courtesy, yes?
I hardly know where it would go. I don't have a home currently.
But the measure is appreciated.
I figured as much. And perhaps in return you will come quietly.
If you, I mean, honestly, you got the jump on us.
This is true.
Well,
This
let's be
is
honest,
very
that
true.
that feeble mind was very uncalled for.
The feeble mind was a special order of the person who hired us. It wasn't our call.
The sex change arrow was definitely a new one.
Besides,
Yes.
isn't it more fun if you have to work for it?
I suppose this is fair, but I had to replace so many pawns after the last time we tussled together, and I do ever so hate having to replace manpower.
I'm not apologizing.
I did not ask you to.
Yeah, maybe I have a question. I am currently lacking a very important thing that I would like back. I also don't know what your rates are for big jobs.
Oh, it depends on the job in question.
I want my home back. My caravan.
Ah, that wonderful little caravan that we had to do so many little plans around.
It was made to be hardy and to avoid such altercations.
Oh, it
So-
certainly did.
So, one of the lords has it stashed in their cache.
Ah, so we are to infiltrate a Death Lord tower in order to procure your caravan, yes?
It is something I am pondering. I need to know how much you want to do such a job, with the assurances that there will be an entire caravan and not scraps brought back to me.
Well, sad to say, I believe that may be outside of your current rates. Or your
don't know
current
that.
means. This is fair.
Try me.
This is fair. Well, in order to, say, attempt such a task, which would put us at odds with not just one Death Lord, but the other but the other 4 Death Lords as well as and potentially the people of Merzye as well. We would be looking at, say, a rough payout of 300,000 gold pieces. Do bear in mind that we would be ruining any future endeavors should we be caught. So you have to understand there is a risk to the reward. A great risk to ourselves.
And I lean over to the Percival and just kind of mutter, and where would we even hide it?
Who said we'd hide it? We'd get the fuck out of here with it.
He shrugs.
Again, this is a estimate. If all goes horrible and I am left without option, could you say, kind of like wags her shoulders, how would 150,000 go? We are already in good graces. You already sex changed my samurai friend, dumbed my cleric down, and hit me with a bunch of silver bolts. Call it a discount.
I suppose we could at least take a look at these defenses in the tower for such a price. And if we did find we could infiltrate such a place and reclaim your cart for a little bit of an easier time, then 150,000 should be more than enough.
Consider
And-
this more a job on hold. We have other avenues to possibly get it, and if all else fails, we'll be in contact. Is that amenable?
But this is amenable to us. And out of curiosity, have you heard what they're saying in Fort Providence? Have you heard what they're saying on the streets, per se?
I hear a lot of things. You may need to be a little more specific.
Fine, I can be a bit more specific. How shall we say, there is a particular thing that has been located recently. Have you heard about this?
I might have.
Might have you? Then you would know that there is quite a squabble going around for it, yes?
You may have to enlighten me. What kind of squabble?
Oh, just between the people of Merzye, for the very heart of the city, and for the Death Lords as well. A artifact that would give someone access to however much Zimlite they wish. Would you happen to know about this?
I may. Might be something I had overheard, or we may have been speaking on such a thing before you arrived.
Well, allow me to make a offer of my own in order to counter any other offers you may have. If you would like to, you may join forces in our ranks, and we could band together to find this artifact. And instead of giving it to any particular person, we could, I don't know, give it to the people.
Percy was like leaning maybe just a little bit closer before they said give it to the people, and she kind of leaned back. It's like, oh yes, that's probably for the best.
So you wish to potentially take it for the both of us? Well,
We'll think on it.
Yes, I'm not making a decision for our group. This is just hearing you out.
but of course. And if your group would happen to have a counter offer, I would be more than willing to listen. After all, me and my kind, we go where the money is, yes?
That seems counter to that proposal, though. If you're giving it to the people, the money would go to them, would it not?
Potentially.
What is your aim, your gain from doing an act of charity?
My
Clear the people
gain.
can't pay you a cent.
My gain would be very simple. We would have our payment not in a monetary sense, but more in the sense of people who would be willing to do anything for us.
Some more pawns.
That is one way of looking at this, but not the be-all, end-all of the situation. No. You see, these people here are indebted to these 5 people who care not for them, who do not see their lives. Me and my kind, the people in this party, we came from Merzye. We came from the very sand of it. If there are any who would understand the suffering of those around us, it is us, is it not? So, we would take this forge and we would begin distributing wealth to the people, little by little, filtering so much Zimlite into the system that it becomes, how shall we say, worthless. And thus, the gold of Merzye that seems to flow so freely whenever you are lucky enough to strike it rich becomes coppers.
You would kill this place.
I would kill the Death Lords.
You would kill everything. The only reason anyone is staying here is because of the dead. But what brought them here was the Zimlite. If it stops being valuable, Merzye becomes a ghost town.
And would that be so bad? People could go back to their homes, to their lives, to their countries of origin, or they could build this place upon something else.
And what would they export? What else is here besides Zimlite?
Minerals, stone, sand, secrets even.
It is not like it is not a wealthy mining town. There is still use in that.
But currently all of the wealth is at the tippy top of this Tower of Gods. We would seek to send the whole thing crashing down. Restructure, rebuild, become better.
Would you be willing to work alongside the people of the city to accomplish this and have a more, let's say, contributing factor? You could establish a guild hall here, be seen more as a hero than a liberator, and alleviate yourself of any finger pointing when things start to go just a little too much in your favor.
The king grins. This Cheshire cat style grin. As he leans back in his chair and puts his hands behind his head. Now you see the big picture.
To a degree. There cannot be a figurehead. No one should have direct control of the forge, or a new debt lord is the only thing that people will see.
In my land of Merzye, what forge? People just keep getting lucky. They find this Zimlite stuff all over the place. They find it in the burrows, they find it in the holes, they found it in goblin caves, being played with by children, of all things. It is everywhere. It was only a matter of time before it, more than a few different people got lucky. You know what I'm saying?
Perhaps. This is a lot to think on. And we have, others we need to be speaking to on this subject as well. You have a way to get in contact with you.
Ah, well. The 5 of you sitting here has already given me a way to contact you. And I would imagine you can each contact me, or at least you and you can. He points to... Oh, and you, of course, now that you're no longer, small in the mind. He says, pointing to Valen, Agathar, and, Percival, the 3 casters capable of casting Sending.
Fair. I only ask if there was something to, not strain our resources.
Ah, if you're looking for, something of that sort, well, you will have to, properly side with us in these matters. Then we can provide you with something a bit more, permanent. As it stands, it is your word against ours if we ever had this meeting in the first place. And we are upstanding citizens, yes?
Well then, I believe we will be in contact. And she downs her whiskey and sets the glass upside down on the table. If there is nothing else, I think myself and my party will be departing.
But of course. And as I said before, should we find ourselves on opposite lines of this, keep in mind this is purely business. Yes?
Sure.
It goes both ways.
Just business.
And in insurance of a few individuals, should we come to blows, no lethality?
Sure.
Only if you
If
keep
it
the
can be
fear out.
helped.
Hey, if I said no lethality, then I will of course honor my bargain. After all, what is a king if they are not a man of their word, yes?
Everyone else.
Exactly.
I wish you both a good evening. As she hops up with a thump on the floor because she's so short.
All right. Did any of you guys have anything else you'd like to say to the king? In fact, hello, Soren. Say hi to the people.
Oi, oi. I'm tired.
Hi, tired.
Hi, tired. I thought you were Soren. I guess not.
Damn.
I'm sorry, I've been lying to you all this time. That's my actual name.
Dang it.
Damn it. Anyway, Soren, what you missed is basically the party had a bit of dinner, and then they were discussing what to do with the forge and who to help out. And then with a 100 on the D100 encounter die of who would walk into the restaurant as you guys kind of like stayed there to chill for a little while, the chessboard of all people walks in. The
The people that turned you into a lady.
Yes, and feeble-minded Veilet, and blinded Percival.
We don't talk about that.
Yes, but and he basically was just like, "Hey, yo, look at you guys, no hard feelings, right? Look, just business." And then he had you guys pull up a table, you sat down for drinks, and he just basically explained that if you guys would want to cooperate together, he'd be more than willing to do so in exchange for control over the forge after it's all said and done, so he can make Zimlite worthless, and thus make anyone who is capitally invested in the place leave and go somewhere else. So he can rebuild the entire city around other things that they're good at, and not just the one gold rush material, letting other people go back to their homelands if they want to, and stuff like that.
Okay. Yeah, Soren wouldn't be too sore about what they did to him because, as has been stated before, what happened to him was easily the least worst thing.
Yes, but they want to make sure.
So he wouldn't have any hard feelings about it.
Okay. And I didn't know if you had anything you wanted to say to this guy or any of his units, so to speak.
Nah. He would basically just acknowledge no hard feelings, and that would probably be it.
Okay, fair enough. And if no one else has anything they would like to say or do, you guys can waltz on out.
Yep.
And as each of you guys stands up and go to leave the building, your ears pop again as you exit the barrier of silence. And the king kind of watches each of you guys leave with a big smile on his face, a little wave. And about the point in time the door closes behind you guys, he is turning back around to continue his conversation.
Could I have done something?
What did you want to do?
As we're going, Smudge drops off of my my back invisibly and stays in the building.
Okay.
I don't want to eat up a whole lot of time, but
All right.
I wanted to have Smudge have a short conversation with them.
Oh. Okay. All right. Okay then.
It's me being sneaky.
All right.
I do
will.
it quite often.
All right. I will let you have that conversation whenever you guys get back to the Shimmering Veil place. I'll go through the interaction there, and then I'll cut back to this conversation. Sound good?
Sure.
So that way other people get time, and Soren can actually interact with people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In the meantime, you guys begin to move back down the streets. And did you guys have anything you would like to talk about or discuss on your way back?
Yeah, on the way, Agathar's absolutely not.
Yeah. A shame. They are strong. It would have made getting that thing much easier.
Still, I think we're fully capable of getting it ourselves.
Well,
I
if
don't
we aren't, they are an avenue to at least getting our home back.
I think either way, with whatever option that we choose, is getting our home back.
Certainly step one.
I don't. It's not exactly I don't trust him. I just don't.
Like him.
That too. But I just don't think that his way is any better. And, you know, referring to his own people as pawns, he essentially just wants to put himself at the top.
If you'd like to, Agathar, you may roll insight on that.
I mean, sure, but you know,
You can do it.
nope.
Not like that, but you can do it.
Do it. Do it again.
I'll give it to you with the reduced
Mhm.
DC, because you're a rogue.
Mhm.
Him referring to his people as pawns, bishops, and knights and queen, and himself as king. Codenames, aliases.
Makes sense.
He isn't referring to any of his people as like, oh, you are a pawn and nothing more, but more like
Right.
that is your codename, pawn.
Right, yeah. Right.
I don't know if that changes his opinion or not, but that is a thing.
Yeah, I mean a little bit, but it's still like he's a leader of a organization, not of a nation. So it's like it's a little different.
Okay.
And he also doesn't know him at all.
Fair enough. But moving along, you wanted to continue.
I think other options can help help the people in this place better than turning Zimlite into, well, worthless material.
It's only worthless via coin. It's still a strong magical conduit.
I mean, having too much of it could be disastrous.
This is true. I only wanted to prod and see what his motivations were. I wasn't going to marry us to any plan.
Probably the thing that bothers me the most is these are people that accepted coin to do what they did to us. Not that I was too bothered by it, but it's the fact that they were willing to accept coin to do it. So what else would they be willing to do for coin?
They are mercenaries. Anything that pays high enough is on the to-do list.
I mean, they didn't do anything to cause lasting harm, so
You know, because
realistic.
Which is true.
Sorry, go ahead.
Agthor's like, well, which is true.
Well, that's only because Raymier didn't want to do anything more than just hurt us.
Right.
I mean, are we not in theory doing similar, just on a grander scale?
What do you mean?
Well, we're also here to take out the debt lords if possible.
Yes.
I just kind of glance at Percival like,
But they're horrible. And they're like piñatas full of coin.
Yeah.
And other valuable objects.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the context there is a little bit different.
In what way?
Well, I'm just referring to what Rancois said. We are trying to do the same thing to them, but they're evil, and we're trying to help as much as I'd like to. A little bit of a difference there.
I mean, yes, in the simplest fashion. But we also came here looking for him, and we were named heroes without any action, and then made a fool.
Well, that was. Yes, was partly in fault for Raymier, but
We aren't
That's
heroes.
that's probably the worst thing he did.
We aren't heroes. We've never been heroes.
Agathar just kind of looks around in the cloud. Not cloud, crowd. Goddamn.
Well, roll a perception.
Sure. He definitely seems to react a little bit at that. Yeah, nope.
You what? We could be
Like, nope,
heroes,
you had the
though.
word correct the first time. He looks in the clouds.
Yeah, I heard that. I look in the cloud.
You look up in the sky, you see birds, a couple Aarakocra flying through the air.
I saw a bird.
To
It
try-
was pretty.
to
Kick
try
its
and
ass.
No.
anyway, you look up, you see a couple birds, you see a couple Aarakocra just kind of like making their way from point A to point B with messenger bags on. But you know, the sky is nice. It looks pretty. You can see the heat shimmer of the barrier around over the top. But unless you guys have anything else you'd like to say or do, we're gonna skip along forward to you guys returning back to the bar.
I'm assuming Raymier hasn't gotten Soren's potion and
It's
choker to
been-
him yet, right?
It's been like
1 week since we
An
got
hour.
sorry.
Same. Yeah, it's same morning.
been-
Same morning. Okay.
yeah, same morning. It's been like an hour or so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dur-
I didn't know. I just
I mean,
got
fair
here. I'm
enough.
sorry.
Fair
I'm
enough.
sorry.
During the walk back, Valen will look over to Renzo and say, "Didn't you call Lana for assistant? Or not Lana,
Neatal.
Neatal? Yes. Players mixing up names.
I did, yes.
2 days ago.
Do you think you should call them off, or do you still believe that you would need their help?"
Mm.
Wait, you called them?
Well, we were in
will
the.
grin before we got arrested.
I'm not the only sneaky one. Well, maybe we can get their help with this thing.
I was thinking the same. We may no longer be arrested, but we are still wanted.
Have you updated them that we're no longer arrested, though?
They would get in contact with us if they were here.
Well, I mean, if anybody has the sending spell prepared, I mean, I don't. I would have to take some time to go through my book. We could,
I have sending prepared.
if you wanted to ring one of them up,
Which one?
which one you're willing to talk to?
Well, I fear. Well, I suppose Eloise wouldn't be the type to shroud themselves from messages like myself.
You can't
I
really
guess I
shroud
could-
yourself from the sending spell anyway.
I could damn well try.
Yeah, 'cause
Technically, the ring of mind shielding should be able to, because it doesn't protect from a type of magic. It protects from like people
Anything that-
projecting like messages to you
It
via
prevents-
telepathy.
Yeah, from telepathy, not spells.
Yeah, but so's like mind reading, that spell.
It would shield that. Just
But
not
that's a
this.
spell.
Anyway, moving along. The GM has ruled that sending shall not be blocked.
I dislike it quite a lot. But know that I will use it to harass anyone I want.
That's fine.
I suppose I cast sending to Eloise.
All right. What's your 25-word message?
Hello, Eloise. A question. Are you still on your way? How far out are you? Did you come with your group to Merzye?
Percival? You're not in jail? Well, we were, 2 days out and on our way, but if you're not in jail anymore...
Is that it?
I'm thinking... Do you require? That's the message.
She kind of just like rubs her eyes. Christ, Eloise. Okay, let's do it again. I only have so many spells I can use in a day. Why not use all of them on a message? I'll cast sending at a 4th level. Why not?
Oh my god. All right.
Use your stone.
Eloise, why would I message you and ask if you were still coming if I cared whether or not I was in jail or not? Yes, still come.
Okay, Percival. We are still on our way. We're just like 2 days out, okay? We'll be there soon. Just hang tight, and we'll just hang tight. There's your response.
Yes, they're still coming 2 days out.
That's good.
I kind of feel bad tearing them away from their mission, though.
No, I'm not.
That just means that they'll probably drag us back with them since we have to go to Viore anyway.
Well, it's...
Percival pauses for a moment at that.
That's what I was like. Do we? I mean, should we go to Celeste after this if we make it out?
Sure, why not?
I mean, literally, the Archmage is there is in danger, and a whole army is on top of them. We may not get the chance if we go to Viore.
That is a good point. We should take care of that.
Soren looks a little disappointed at hearing this.
If you want, you can roll an insight on Percival.
I'm like, wait, you agree with me?
Wait a minute. You never agree
Hold up.
with me.
Sus!
It's a 17.
That's pretty good.
Does anyone else want to roll insight?
God damn!
I guess the cleric will also roll insight.
No one can beat me, even at disadvantage. Percy's just too damn good.
Look,
She just seems she's just on your level. She's concerned about the people of Celeste.
I don't buy that.
Above game, I don't buy that, but in character,
But
maybe
me and
I do.
Agathar are like, you know that's not the reason.
It might be a lie. It might not be.
I will say you guys cannot read her if she is truly
Yeah.
concerned or if she's just like, I mean, this is the most pragmatic choice. Question mark.
Agathar is mashing the heck out of X, though.
Yeah, I am like hella doubt.
They're the same look.
I know chaotic evil when I look at it, because I'm chaotic good.
Chaotic? No, I am neutral.
Yeah, which is arguably worse.
And
I mean, yeah, but
just fire off with the. Do you want to spend the rest of your life in jail and not be able to get to see Francois again? Because that's where you're going.
Oh.
You love your honeymoon, don't you?
I do.
Anyway. Insight, just to make sure. Anyway,
Do you like my sister? Insight.
No insight required. The answer is yes.
there's a question mark there, obviously. Anyway, moving along. You guys continue to make your way through the crowd, through the alleyways and through the streets, and eventually find yourselves back at a tavern. The tavern is called the Veiled Shot.
No, for a super secret
What?
group of people called the Shimmering Veil. The tavern being called the Veil.
The Veiled Shot. With a picture of a shot glass with a wedding veil over the top of it. And making your way back inside, you are greeted by your old friend Raphael. Ah, if it isn't the individuals that I have come to see as comrades, yes? He does a little flourishing bow with his musketeer hat before putting it back on.
Good to see you.
Ah, it is good to see you too. May we converse for a moment? There are some people that are interested in seeing you.
And who would that be?
Ah, well, that would require a bit of secrecy.
Can I
I don't,
recognize these individual people?
I'm sure you will love to see them, to meet them even. They might help swing the tide a bit more in your favor with regards to accepting our proposal from earlier.
I'm up for a discussion. Why not?
I might as well.
But of
Very
course.
well.
Oh, don't look so put out by this villain.
Yeah.
That's his default look.
And also not his default height, it seems. You are really tall.
It seems like everyone around me continues to grow while I remain small.
Ah, is this because you have not hit your growth spurt yet?
Thinks for a moment.
If you'd like to, you may incite him.
I'm sorry.
Five.
I'm
Five?
sorry. Did I say?
Wait,
Did I say?
With the
Okay.
five,
I mean-
with the five, he's clearly fucking with you.
I mean, when Percival thinks for a moment, he's like, I am still young, but I don't suppose I'll be all that much taller. Thankfully, though, I pat Agathar's shoulder. I have at least one shorty in my group. I can identify with at this point.
Technically, I'm the smallest.
I mean, that's why I like you so much.
Oh yes, my greatest quality.
He looks annoyed.
What?
The greatest
Think about
quality.
it. How many opportunities
Making
will I
sure
ever...
that I am not the smallest.
Hey, don't take it as a compliment. I enjoy your height.
Let's see. Raphael just kind of like gives a small chuckle. Ah, well, you may think it a bit of a curse, but let me assure you, this I tell you, having the least punchable face in the room is something of a benefit. He gives
And
Agathar
yet,
a
I'm
wink.
always the one getting punched.
That is an unfortunate truth of our situation.
Ah, well, that's because you call too much attention to yourself, little man, and you are such a little puntable figure.
Thanks.
Oh,
he just
goes
like
from...
he just like looks at Raphael and just like really.
So you went from being
Highly
the...
football.
So you're no longer punchable, you're puntable.
It's too hard to punch that low.
At any rate,
Well, good thing I have things to punch for me, and I have to hold Belle from getting out. she was like, "Oh, he's talking shit. Let's go."
I always talk shit. Is my only mode.
but please, by all means, follow me, amigos. And he leads you guys up to a room upstairs, and then, of course, through the doorway after he unlocks it, there is a hallway down in which you guys follow all the way down back to Le Secret Bar. And once inside the secret bar, you would note that there is no one here except for, I believe, 5 individuals. No, there are actually 3 individuals here. Sorry, I lied.
Eto. 2 of them are guards. They don't know. They all speak in unison.
In fact, Agathar, Bobby, I will give you a very special wisdom saving throw.
Oh, wonderful.
Guess who?
I'm
It's
only
our
great at
friend.
this. 13. Fucking
13.
awesome.
You feel the hairs on the back of your neck begin to stand up a little bit as you feel a sense of danger in the air around you. Not directed at you, but more a sense of tension. As if, should the wrong move be made, something bad might happen.
So his eyes immediately go into fucking slits as he just kind of like looks, kind of like glances around.
You don't see anyone, but you may make a perception check if you like.
Certainly, I can only try. Yep, that's. I only got. I only roll well to do dumb shit, and when things actually matter.
Y'all know what would suck? If it was our favorite person, Valetry Kostuta.
Sorry, who?
I don't know.
Traveler Outcast.
Oh, that guy, he's dead. Like he died back during the Dancer arc, like in episode 20.
Hey, it's a traveler. You never know.
Rib.
Fair enough, I guess. But no. You don't see anything. Except for the 3 people in front of you and Raphael. As he kind of like gestures for you guys to come in. By all means, take a seat in these chairs here. And he points to a table. And allow me to introduce to you, amigos, the de facto leaders of this resistance, no? And with that, he gestures to 3 individuals. One of which you've already met, Agathar. Oh no, wait, 2 of which you've already met. The first one is this older Era Cochran individual that has like gray feathers. They look like a bald eagle. But they are clearly getting along in the more advanced years of age. And they look as if they have a bit of a hunched back from a lot of manual labor. The next person is a human female with dark hair, blue eyes, pale skin. And she is currently... She looks about the youngest of the 3 people here. But she is currently seated with a dagger kind of like twirling between her fingers, just kind of like eyeballing each of you. And the third individual is a blonde-haired halfling with dark blue eyes who's male. They have tan skin. They have weathered hands, and they look and they're kind of like built a bit stocky, like a miner would be. And Raphael goes down the line and says, "This is Jensen, Lady, and Alexander, the 3 leaders of the Shimmering Veil."
Can we get those names in writing?
Sure thing.
Out of just Valen being Valen, his eyes will flicker. Just see what he can see.
What are you doing?
Eyes of the Grave. Are you doing Eyes of the Grave? Yeah.
Yes.
Ah, okay.
Just based off the description of Lady.
No undead.
Yep. Alright.
I
Was that
failed to
in-
get into a chair.
Was the names in order of the appearances of the people?
Yes. Jensen's the Aarakocra, Lady is the human, and Alexander is the halfling.
And this sensation that I got, is it magical at all, or was it like sort of just instinct?
Instinctive.
Okay.
You've been kicked around enough.
Yeah.
Others in your party shall attain this particular sense of danger soon.
When we get the fucking shit beat out of us by 4
Yeah.
dudes with pipes.
Yeah. I don't
It's
see
called-
that ability on my character sheet. Should I have
It's called imminent plumbing, and whenever you're within a certain
Yeah.
range of lead pipe, you just feel itchy.
literally refer to the chuckles. I'm in danger.
You also take additional poison damage due to lead pipe.
Yeah, I get
Heavy
lead poisoning
lead.
every time.
So Percy walks up to the table,
Bludgeoning
Tries-
and poison damage.
sleep tiredly, tries to get up into one of these seats, and is just like, "Ugh, I'm too fucking tired for this." Ugh. I just kind of stand there. Ugh.
I before Renswa takes a seat, I kind of like gently tug on her cloak and then just motion for her to kneel down.
She'll kind of just like blink and kind of squat down.
Yeah, in
What is
her
it?
ear. I don't know. Things are tense. It seems I don't know. Things could pop off at any moment. I don't know. I don't have a good feeling. Just keep your eyes open.
New skill.
Ooh. I'm danger sense.
You can literally go, "I'm in danger!"
Yeah, it literally chuckles. I'm in danger.
It's
Yes.
a thing that'll go off each game.
Yeah.
There's a what-
That's my secret. I'm always in danger.
Like every
Like-
5 minutes.
I
It's
love
like, see, what I'm hearing is it's like, don't be fooled. Shad's giving you this because it means he can give you more levels of exhaustion because this goes off every time you try to sleep.
Hey, I can
no.
ignore at least the first level.
No.
Percy hands you a dream catcher, is like, "Welcome to the team."
Thank you.
Soy
the
Fang
dream catcher.
Soy Fang enters the room, and Agathar, your senses just do the little the Miguel Spider-Man sound effect, just like the Predator theme.
The Prowler theme
Yeah,
goes
the
on.
Prowler theme.
Yeah.
And his
Jaws
that just
theme.
The dream catcher incinerates.
Yeah, literally the second he puts it up, it just turns to ash.
You haven't even gone to sleep yet.
Anyway,
I'm living in a dream.
Dun, 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 dun,
so
dun.
moving along, you guys each take a seat, and
I think I need. I'm like, Rinslow, could you help
I
me?
think
I'm like, "Sure."
I don't think Agathar sits. I think he's gonna stand for this.
all right, that's fine.
Rinswell will like pull out a chair and heft Percival into it.
This isn't embarrassing at all.
The Eric Cochran man just gives you guys each a nod. Good evening, each of you. I'm happy that you have chosen to take a seat down with us for this meeting. From what Raphael has told us, you are quite a resourceful group of individuals. You even managed to slip some of our tales earlier.
You were following us.
Well, we make no promises not to follow people. You are peoples of interest.
Can't exactly blame you.
Well, I can't make a promise we'd be easy to follow.
This is true. So you can imagine that we might be a little on edge currently, so to speak. After all, there are a great many people who would love to know about our operation. Oi, that's right. So, if you see it in the kindness of your hearts, I'm gonna put out a spell scroll here. Your cleric friend over there is gonna read it, see its zone of truth, and then I'm gonna cast on you guys. Sound about right?
Sure.
Fair enough.
Very well.
Thank you for your cooperation. She pulls out a spell scroll and she unfurls it and shows it to Valen. And Valen, you very easily see it is a Zone of Truth scroll. If
Just
you would,
double checking the spell right quick.
yes,
If you want me to ping it.
by all means, go ahead.
There you go.
It won't force you to speak, but
And then
it's kind of like, damn if you do, damn if
Yeah.
you don't.
And then she will fold it back up and say, "Alright now, your cleric friend can attest to this. I'll know if you fail, and I'll know if you succeed. So, make sure you fail." And
Okay.
then- yep, and then she will open it up, cast the spell. Do you guys choose to fail the save?
Absolutely.
Alright.
Yeah.
Sure.
I suppose.
Alright
Yeah,
then.
Soren will fail it.
Alright then. Thank you all for failing. Good thing you did. You would have been shot otherwise. Now, did any of you
It is
reveal...
Agathar.
Now, did any of you reveal where our little hideout is to anyone? Yes or no?
No.
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 Waiting for
Hmm.
Soren and Valen.
No.
Nope.
Alright, good. Are any of you a... Sorry. Now, say, in no uncertain order, did you slip our spies intentionally, yes or no?
Um, how to word this?
It's simple yes or no.
Sorry, what was the question?
Did you slip our spies intentionally, yes or no?
Yeah.
Are we
Yes.
not allowed to have our own business?
Answer the question, yes or no.
Yes.
Thank you.
Not because they were yours, mine. We just didn't want to be followed. We also didn't know that they were yours.
Understood. It's fair enough. Well, seeing as how each of you was able to slip our spies, that means that you have... That means that each of you is a bit more skilled than we originally thought, which is good.
Good for us or good for you?
Good for the both of us. It means that your skills are worth our time.
How about that? Question.
By all means.
Out of character. Out of question. This is out of
Oh,
character.
yeah,
They're within the zone of truth, right?
No, they are not. It is a 15-foot radius sphere centered on a point of your choice within range, a range of 60 feet. They put it behind and around you guys, but not including
I was
themselves.
about to say, is like, what are they standing 60 feet away from us in the?
No,
Yeah,
no. They just need to be.
unfortunately,
They just need to put the point 15 feet behind you guys, and then it hits just you guys and leaves them out of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's also
I
not a
see.
massive sphere or circle either.
I see you're very concerned with how truthful we are, yet you've left yourself out of the zone. Afraid we'll ask you something you'll be compelled to tell the truth on.
We don't really need to answer to any of you with any amount of truthfulness regarding questions you might have about our operation or ourselves.
And we're not inclined to accept any of your work.
But of course.
I did do quite, well, an important thing for you.
Yes, you did. Which is why we are giving you this little sit down, and why we're going about the expenditure of resources on a Zone of Truth scroll and so on and so forth to ascertain your natures and to ask you if you simply screwed us over or not, instead of just cutting ties with you and moving out, so to speak. One good do deserves another, so we gave you the benefit of the doubt because you did some work for us, which is good. With that in mind, I'm going to drop concentration now, seeing as how the main interrogation portion is over, and we can get right to business. Sound good to each of yous? Alright then. And with that, the spell is dropped. You guys are no longer under the influence of his own truth. You have to understand we require secrecy to a degree in this operation, yes? Says the Arakakran man. I offer apologies on Lady's behalf for having to treat you with such hostility.
Understandable, I suppose. So what is it you are asking, then?
Well, we were going to ask each of you if you had considered throughout the day and your time, what your feelings are on being our vanguard for the operation to reclaim the Forge. And we were also going to discuss the matter of payment, which I believe each of you was interested in, including a cart being returned to your personage that is currently under the aegis of the Debt Lord known as. And he looks at a note.
Yeah, we know who has it.
Ah, yes.
Basha, right?
Yes, it is.
That was out of character.
Sorry.
Shad had to actually look that note up because it took so long. He's like, I'll just check my note here. Shad
Yeah.
scrambling through papers.
Fucking
Hey, quiet.
You can just hear the paperwork through.
It's
the night.
good. Hey,
Fascia Lu Kidro Septis Galvani Romanus Illodine II.
Sure, that one.
You need to give her that respect.
We want our-
Sorry.
we want our home. Yes, the caravan.
Yes. And I would imagine you would also want your names pardoned of the crime of slaughtering a city official.
I mean,
That wouldn't hurt.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind. I mean, if foregoing that could get us more coin in our pocket and we could simply leave this place when we were all finished with this work, I'd be more happy with that. I don't intend to come back to Merzye, I'll be honest.
Well, I suppose that's fair enough, but... Well, regardless... We are here to make you that offer and to introduce ourselves. We are the leaders of the Shimmering Veil.
Yes.
Since you were going to be working, or since you were under the consideration of working for us as a vanguard of sorts, we were going to introduce ourselves properly, and you can see that extra security measures are warranted for individuals of your particular skill sets. Yes.
Shad, since after doing the interrogation, has the danger gone down?
Yes. Significantly.
Okay. All right.
It went soft.
It went soft, yeah. I figured that danger was them, so yeah, I wanted to make sure.
There's still an air of tension, but
Yeah.
it is more muted.
Yeah. So sorry, what was that last comment, Shad? I don't fucking interrupted you.
He said that they were here to introduce themselves.
Ah. Well, it's
The
nice to have a
halfling.
formal meeting.
The halfling speaks up. Yeah, we're here to also kind of try and get a feel for the people who would be kind of like the spear tip to our little operation, eh?
Something like that, yeah.
That makes sense.
So, considering these guys are a bit, abrasive, I'm going to say, or a bit slow. Hello, name's Alexander. I'm the communications expert between the three of us, and I would love to say that it is so nice to have such powerful adventurers in our little party.
Hmm.
Wow,
The-
two of you look so thrilled to be here.
Sorry, it's just a lot on our minds.
Also, I
You
might be
can-
a lot more useful to you in a few days.
Oh, well, the operation won't begin until like a couple more days later, just people. And with that in mind, you guys, out of curiosity, would you happen to have any questions for us? Because I'd be more than willing to answer them.
Agathar looks at the others kind of like, should I say something or should you?
Well, I have my own things I'd like to ask, and you can add yours at the end, or you can go before me.
Well, it's about him.
Oh.
The other Raymier.
Oh.
Oh,
Mhm.
him! Yes, Raphael expressed that you guys had a sentiment with regards to the murder of a very particular individual who worked the Dead Lords.
Yeah.
Works is a loose term for their arrangement.
Look.
Do tell.
Agathar steps up. We've been presented another option that I think it would benefit everybody, including this organization.
Oh, really? By who?
Well, by Raymier.
Oh. From what we've been able to gather about him, he's quite the dastardly little specimen. Did you know he's trying to bring back necromancy of all things to here?
What's wrong
Meh.
with that?
Nothing. We just heard that he was going to be exploiting workers' bodies or something like that for it. Trying to push people out of the workforce. making it even harder to pay back their debts.
No. Look, I really didn't know him until we learned more about him. And he's a lot more complicated than we ever thought he was. But I digress. What he wants is to help Merzye. And yes, maybe that would cause for bringing back necromancy, but that wouldn't be used to exploit the people. It would be used to help them.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine the mines. We've seen only a handful of what it does to people. How it would do amazing things in order to protect those people from getting into, well, situations that they can never get out of.
Are you referring to the Zimlite?
The thing with the crystals?
Yes.
Yeah.
A relatively
Zimlite.
fascinating new occurrence that has appeared within the mines over the past couple years. This Zimlite.
Yeah, Zimlite, other accidents. What I've seen the damage it caused in the shanty town outside.
We did have a occurrence a couple years ago involving a individual and a mining collapse that killed quite a few people.
Now imagine if that collapse killed nobody. And he wants nothing to do with the Dead Lords. He honestly wants them gone. And then he wants to distribute the wealth back into everybody. He would probably tear down the towers if you give him the chance.
Really? Mr. Gilded Body would do that?
He would.
Their eyes seem to glisten with a bit of mirth and seeming enjoyment from this conversation.
He really does want to help people. And yes, he has experience at ruling a nation, and that's a whole nother thing we'll get into later. But my proposition, as I hate saying this, but it is for the best, we locate the forge, and then we give it to the Debt Lords and watch them rip each other apart for it. And then once they're nothing but one person or within strikeable distance, we off them, and then Raymier fills the power vacuum.
An interesting prospect, to be sure, but, well, we know something that even Raymier doesn't know.
And what's that?
Oh, the simple fact that a couple of the Debt Lords are actually involved with one another, despite their obvious appearance on the outskirts, or on the outset at the very least.
What I figured.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Doesn't surprise me either.
Although, you do make a very compelling argument. He looks towards both Jensen and Lady. They kind of like look back towards him and they kind of exchange glances between one another. And after a moment of silence, Alexander turns back and goes, "Well, we'd be willing to meet with this Raymier for sure. At the very least, if he proves to be as cooperative as you believe he should be, then that'll be wondrous for us. If not, then, well, we can remove one piece from the chessboard and replace him with one of our own."
Well, I would love to arrange a meeting. I'm sure he would be open to that, but I would have to talk to him.
And pray tell, how did you get in contact with this Raymier? Isn't he supposed to be in the Gilded Towers? Was it perhaps when you were taking a bit more time than needed to scale the tower and explore the internal network? Or perhaps another time?
I may have gotten a little curious about the insides of the tower, but I had to improvise when the creature guarding the device on the inside, well, I had to improvise.
Improvisation is the better part of planning, or so they say. I like you. You're resourceful. An asset to the Shimmering Veil for sure.
I just want what's best for this city.
Oh, and an altruist as well. Well, we all want what's best for the city of Merzye. The people have suffered here enough, haven't they?
We've seen it.
That they have. First it was... oh, what did they call it? I believe it was the period of time in which all Zimlite just stopped working, for no inexplicable reason. And then it was the great catastrophe of a few years ago, the mining incident, and then the fireballing of a whole crowd of individuals that followed afterwards. And now it is the great dulling, where not much Zimlite is to be found, if any at all, and hope is at an all-time low. If anything, it's very fortuitous that you all came here, and that the forge was located, isn't it?
If you think we had anything to do with the forge, I'm sorry to disappoint you.
No. None of you are powerful enough to have made that. It is...
Not make, but be involved with.
This is fair, but it's simply interesting, is all. As some might say, the threads of fate spin such a wondrous web to look at.
Maybe. Or it just could be one coincidence.
Could be. But you did kill the guard captain that did fireball that crowd, so... Once is chance. Twice is coincidence. Third? Who's to say?
Yeah, well, he also beat me to a pulp, so I'd do that for free.
That is fair. That is quite fair. And I noticed that only one of you is talking. Did any of you have anything that you wanted to say or ask?
Soren just kind of like smiles and said, "I've only had one comment to make about the two debt lords that are apparently involved with each other. When there's something like the Forge involved, do you think they'd really still be working together when something like that's available to them?"
Which two do you think it is? Some of them do actually hate each other.
Well, it's not... I don't think it's Loden. He's too busy with himself. Or he could be. I don't know.
Their blue eyes shift along between each of you. Curious. Enthralled, really.
Can I... This is such a... It's a fucking... whatever. Throw shit at the fan. Is it... Are they, like, genuinely, like, interested in what we have to say? Or they're looking at us like information machines?
By all means, roll it.
I have a feeling they're just like, ooh, these guys are giving us so much shit.
Here we go. I'll do my best. Oh shit.
Okay.
That's high for Agathar.
All right. With a 21, they have a genuine interest in what you guys have to say, regardless of whether it is because you're giving information or because they are curious about you guys.
Mhm.
They are looking upon you like a scientist would, in the same way as as if they're looking at a bunch of reagents, thinking about the possibilities and what they just might do if you were to mix them with the other proper reagents, but not in a cold or calculated way, but more in just like kind of an interested way, like, ooh, I wonder what will happen.
I step backwards back into the crew. I don't need to be stepped forward anymore.
And no one has any burning questions they would like to ask these three individuals?
I mean, Soren doesn't really have anything to add here.
Yeah, no, Valen's more of the lookout, just see if anything goes sideways.
No one wants to
Yes.
ask about the other goal you have for coming here?
Like they would know.
You never know.
Besides, not like we can ask them because of the freaking
The thing on us, but
yeah,
I
the
mean-
curse. Hey, it
I
makes
mean-
it very hard.
I know the hint and nudge nudge, but does anyone else want to say it?
The lolly lulale.
The lolly-lulay-lo.
Either way, I once
Close.
again bring up, this is a very difficult
Melika Liki Laka.
thing to work around.
Alright then.
All right, fuck it.
Nah, I got you guys. So, what brought such individuals here in the first place, as yourself? Were you truly adventurers looking to be the heroes of Merzye, or were you simply here by happenstance and happened to fall upon the petty machinations of a second-rate advisor to a dead lord?
The second one.
Well, things worsened because of that, but we're here for other business.
And what other business might that be? Maybe we could help.
Well, that's the
I look
thing.
at them and I say, Archmage.
Lady and Jensen both get confused looks on their faces and kind of tap at their chin. Alexander does not seem fazed.
I look to Alexander. You can help, maybe.
Maybe.
I swear to
And-
God, if you say I don't know.
And that is going to have an insight.
Go ahead. Roll insight.
Ooh.
20? Alright.
As I wait a message from Shad.
Nah, there's
Thanks.
no DM from me.
It's just it's a meme. Just make a deck save.
I wonder, what's the name of the guy we're after?
So we just hear Shad
You don't
roll
have a
dice
name.
We don't have
in
a
the
name.
background.
Yeah, you don't have a
I-
name for the Archmage. You don't have a name for the Archmage of Transmutation.
We have a very rough description from Amalia from Agathar. Is small like him and a she.
As this guy kind of, you get the sense from this guy that when he says maybe, he's more prodding for a bit more information on the subject before he commits to giving you anything. Does that make sense?
Yeah, Valen will lean on an arm. How much do you know?
Nothing, because you haven't asked the question yet.
He knows. He wants to know more.
I think we're
He
gonna
Transmutation. He's
He
here.
understood.
Or she is.
Oh, is she really now? I wouldn't have. Oh, is she really now? Well, I wouldn't have guessed as much.
Well, she made the creature on the, well, her name is Amalia, but
Oh,
yeah.
that little thing. You know, I'm curious because it happens to share a name with an alchemist from Zephyri, if I remember correctly.
Right. We're here to deliver a message, I suppose.
A message for the Archmage? Well, that is an interesting prospect in general. I might know where you could find such a person, but at the same time, she moves around so much.
Seems
Uh-huh.
okay.
Can I insight? Is it just fucking them? Are they it?
Go ahead and roll
I was
insight
thinking
if
that-
you want.
I was thinking that too.
My
Just
eyes
fucking
narrow as I disadvantage a net 2 deck points.
Ayo!
No, that's a 7. You're just full of shit.
A 20.
Turns out Amalia is the Archmage. I don't know if I've made that joke before.
If anyone else would like to roll insight, they may certainly do so.
Sure. I have above
Oh my
game.
God,
I
I've rolled
think
shit
he's-
all day.
I believe that this is a linchpin we're dealing with.
No, it's communication, so I don't know.
Okay. Let's see. We're gonna go in descending order. Percival, their face is impassive. They are just a placid grin. With a 14
I
Renswa.
reach for my coffee and it's still not there, and I just lament. Ugh. I fucking hate this.
with a 14, Renswa, you also get around about the same. They are just a placid expression. They are a calm within the storm. They are simply they're simply enjoying the questions. With an 18 and a 20, Agathar, Soren, you two get roughly the same thing. Like it's just very hard to read this person. But then again, they are like, I don't know, a spy by trade.
Yeah.
With a 23 insight, Valen, you don't know.
Damn.
Curse my inability to roll lucky or have portents.
You don't know for sure, Valen. That's what sucks.
I mean, it
God
fucking
damn,
makes
it's
sense.
As this individual kind of like leans back in their seat.
How do you know them?
How do I know them? Simple. They are my sister.
Oh.
Well, isn't that interesting?
It can
Twin
be.
sister?
Yes, we are truly two sides of the same coin. Although I believe she's changed herself. Doesn't want to be
Yes.
associated with me, per se.
I hope it's not from bad blood.
No. More like she just wants to be her own individual self. She wants to be her own woman. Which I respect, I understand. It's hard to be a mere reflection of another person. I should know. Haha!
Valen's eye will twitch a little bit.
Can't exactly blame them, but I don't know that feeling. I don't have any siblings myself.
Meh.
But still, pray tell, what is your message for my dearest little sister?
Unfortunately, I think there are some things that we need to keep to ourselves. I think the message is for her and her alone.
Honestly, when you put it into the perspective of an Archmage v us, you really don't have anything to worry about in their respect. So letting us give the message to them should be the least of your problems.
Fair enough. Who am I to ruin the fun of the sport? You are in for quite the hunt, though.
You could just tell us where they are.
I could, if only I knew.
You don't have regular family functions?
No. Haven't had one in the past 100 years.
A shame. Never talk to them though either, huh? Can't message them?
No, I'm not a magic user.
Aren't you... Wait, is this the communications person?
Yes, this is the communications person.
Seems like a folly of your title if you can't communicate.
I can communicate. I can whisper a word and it go across the city in seconds.
Well, they are here, somewhere.
Maybe
Get
not
whispering.
in the city.
I don't believe they will come unless you happen to have hurry.
It's just slumps. These fucking things.
Well,
And
then-
you know of it, so where is it?
I believe that the last I heard about her specialty ring is that it was in the possession of another one of the Archmages. I believe her name was Mel.
Well, fuck her, apparently.
Well,
Whatever she did with it, I know not.
Jammed it up her ass, I don't give a shit.
Although,
That sounds like Mel.
I have heard rumors and superstitions of a particular artifact of necromantic energy being held within the vaults at the Debt Lord House of Loden Hemrock.
You don't say.
No, I did say. That was the point of this all, wasn't
Are
it?
those rings were emitting necromancy? Oh, those orbs, I should
The
say.
orbs were emitting necromancy, yes.
Okay.
They were, I don't know, connected to the Archmage of Necromancy.
Also fair.
Ah, cool. I can hold something over her head.
Yeah. Well, good luck, cause I don't think she'd let you leave with it.
You know, if you did want to get in contact with Sister Dearest and you needed her ring, I could provide a service.
You don't say.
Now, what's the cost?
Oh, but I
Such
do
as?
say. That's why I said it now.
I'm just going to keep
Such-
saying that. It gives me some amount of pleasure.
Oh, whatever floats your boat, hon. But yes, I could. I could provide you with the ability to infiltrate Loden Hemrock's tower and direct you with a little map towards the vault area. And, well, once inside, you'd only be responsible for getting out.
Alright, well, I rolled really shit for stealth. Percy visibly perks up.
And who knows how heavily guarded that is?
Who knows, indeed. I certainly don't. At least not yet.
I'd rather just kill the guy than just take his stuff.
Can't we do both?
Yeah, by killing him first and then getting his stuff.
Killing a Death Lord is no simple task. You know, comically enough, there was an assassination attempt on all of them a little while, like I want to say 3 years ago, a Zenithian citizen pointed a rocket launcher at them and, well, threatened their lives.
And how did that work out?
Poorly.
Yeah, well, if you want to assassinate somebody, you don't pronounce it with a rocket launcher.
It is a tad bit obvious, yes.
I believe that he really wanted just better pay, not that it would have worked. They have defenses for such things. But, you know what they maybe don't have defenses around? They're a precious little vault, because it's behind so many locks and chambers. A simple infiltration mission should be more than adequate. I could certainly have the information for you in, shall we say, 2 days or so.
What's this going to cost us?
Well, considering the way your green friend there reacted, you would want to take a bit more than just the orb. If that
Honestly, I only give a shit about the orb.
Well, if you did take anything else, then a simple cut of whatever you do take would be more than adequate for the information that I give.
Well, that certainly leaves... Well, that is certainly an option. And then what about our dear town and the forge?
The forge mission isn't for another 6 days. You have enough time to go forth and reclaim this orb and a bit of extra treasure for yourself on the side before setting up to take on the forge.
And what is the time frame in our home being retrieved? Is this a thing that will be going as we are turning the wheel, or are we going to have to wait until all is said and done?
You might have to wait until all is said and done. But if a bit more money is added to the solution, then, well, you might find yourself in possession of your home a bit sooner.
How much sooner?
Say, before everything is said and done.
I need days. How many days?
Depends on how much you give.
How much do you want?
Well, I don't know how much you're going to acquire from dear Loden Hemrock, so I don't know what price to put on the time frame.
So you are wanting a blank check out of us?
For lack of a better word, yes. We are a growing organization, and growing organizations do have growth pains.
Well, put a number on your growing pains.
Well, considering the amount of liquid assets that Loden would likely have within his vault that were readily available, I might surmise a payday of, shall we say, 150 to 200,000 gold pieces, which will leave a tidy sum remaining for the rest of you.
How about... I promise you 50,000, you get me my cart, and we call it a down payment.
50,000 now?
Kind of winces a little. 50,000 as soon as I have my cart. I don't exactly... I left it... You could say I left my purse somewhere special.
Well. We will will see just how much wealth you return with from the trip. And we'll say, call it a nice half and half split.
60-40.
Now we're in the negotiation phase. By all means, roll me a persuasion check, hon.
Give me a sec. There's a fucking fly in here. I mean, I've rolled well. Persuasions, yes.
Yep, persuasion.
Wish I had friends.
Oh yeah, that would go well.
6.
I will allow someone else to add to that. To give the help action, to give the 15. If anyone can add something in the next 5, 4,
I'm not
3,
nothing constructive to this conversation.
2, 1.
I mean,
No one
Soren
cares.
sucks at this.
Okay, I'm sorry, everyone.
Everyone just stares on, like,
Agathar's
like
hold on,
statues.
wait. It's like,
Soren, Soren's also got disadvantage due to for another reason, so he's not really that. He's not going to be that much of a help.
Yeah, it's just like, why don't we just take care of all the problems, and then once everything's over, we can still get it. It's not going anywhere. It hasn't even been touched. It's honestly in the safest place that it can be in right now.
I just want my home.
We'll get it. And what about, their homes? He just kind of motions to just around. We have a chance to fight for their home and for ours. It's not going anywhere, and it's safe where it is.
Fine.
Well.
person will remember this.
No, it wasn't like an angry fine. It was more of a fine.
It's you're right. I'm not happy about it, but you're right.
Just
well.
trust me. And if anything happens to the home, you have every right to beat the shit out of me.
I would not do that. I would just be upset with you for a very long time.
Yeah.
I would do something worse than be disappointed, or than beat you up. I would be disappointed.
I would make it.
I messed the joke up. I am sorry.
No, that is honestly like it definitely worse. I know. I'm just saying.
Well,
I'm worried about it too.
Well, if you would like, I could provide a bit of information as to what is going on with your card specifically, and what all
Yes,
has.
please.
Of course.
Doesn't get through the sentence. Just like yes, tell me things.
Okay. Well, that information will require a day of time preparation to gather
I
it
thought
up.
they were gonna be like that'll cost you, and I'd be like, no, fuck you.
No. They're not gonna charge you for information about something they don't really care about. Also, they're kind of, trying to keep you guys on their good side,
Mm-hmm.
And as long as they don't know that there's a wish scroll in there, they're probably going to continue not caring.
Yeah.
Shrug. But no, they. He kind of just nods and goes, "Ah, yes. Well, like I said, a day to gather the information, and then I shall deliver it to you, and you'll know what is going on with your card exactly, if anything, and probably the locations within Miss Fascia's vault as to where your equipment is that was taken from within it."
I thought they didn't go in it.
I thought they didn't go in it.
They could go in it.
Just like Percy slow turns to look at Agathar.
It's like, I
They-
thought they
Valen
didn't
was
go
all-
in it.
Also, as a very
They-
minor aside, as a very minor side, this woman, this man, sorry, ugh, I keep forgetting who's fucking talking. This man, like, he doesn't know how your cart operates. He has no shit about it.
Also fair.
Yes. It's
Yeah.
very safe to say he's just assuming that someone's probably
Okay.
been in it, and they've probably taken stuff out of it. If anything, because you're adventurers, you have a lot of money. Also, not to
Right.
mention, Percival had like 50K in a wallet somewhere in the cart, so it's like, they probably took that out.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, any information would be grateful if they took anything in, if they put anything out, or put anything in, took anything out. Jeez. That would be grateful, but our cart isn't normal, so.
oh, what makes it special?
That's for us to
Don't
know.
worry about it.
Things.
That's for us to know.
Fair enough, I suppose. You're really making things difficult. If I don't know everything about the cart, then how can I gather the right amount of information?
It is highly warded and defended against intrusion.
Any extra-dimensional spaces?
Kind of like fringes. Not traditional.
And is the interior expanded upon in any meaningful way?
Does that matter?
It could.
In what way?
In the way that if you, say, have an extra closet or two of space, and my agent goes in and doesn't find that extra closet or two of space, then, well, they can surmise that the extraplanar nature of it closed those off for the moment, or they were removed or something of the sort. I can't tell for sure, unless I know exactly if there is or isn't anything like that within it.
If they did something to affect that, the entire carriage would implode on itself.
Interesting. Well. I'm sure that my agents can at least locate a couple different things about it. And, of course, if anything was taken out of it, they will know where those are as well within the particular vaults of Fascia. But fret not, within a day you'll know all about your precious little cart and where it resides within the vaults of Fascia and so on and so forth. And within 2 days' time you'll get to infiltrate and storm the gates, so to speak, of Lodin's particular vaults. We'll need to do something about your costumes.
Costume?
Well, it's an infiltration mission. You're not walking in the front door. You're wanted criminals.
Well, I wouldn't mind.
He just mutters, not looking at the others.
Right.
And also, Agathar, very, very minor question. That thing you saw that was guarding the shield array, could you show it to me with a bit of magic?
Well, I can, but I'm just afraid that I don't want harm to come to her. She's doing her job, but she's a very innocent soul. But she was created by your sister, so maybe that's helpful.
Well, I won't know if she was created by my sister or not until I see her.
Fair enough. And he's in his palm a little figurine of Amalia appears in his hand.
While Agathar's doing that, Valen's gonna whisper to Rensoir, should we let them know about the others on their way?
No need to reveal all our cards.
Then I'll just nod and let it be at that.
this Alexander kind of like leans forward and he'll reach out to pluck the mini Amalia out of your hand. Do you let her?
Yeah, I let her.
All right. Him.
Let him. Him, yeah.
It's okay. I get mixed up too, man. Don't worry about it. So
I said it because you did.
So he plucks it and examines it. Aw, how adorable! You know, funny thing, this is not something that she made.
Really?
Yes. I thought I recognized the name, and going off the horns and the design features, shall we say, of this particular creature, yes, this leads me to believe that this is her linchpin.
That's the linchpin?
Yes.
Huh. Okay. So, how did Amalia end up like that? I mean, she just radiates transmutation magic.
Well, I'll be honest, I was not there for the, whatever this was, but from my guesses and my surmisations at the very least, this particular individual probably has a particular ability granted to them by their status to transform their body, so to speak.
Yeah, that's been it lately.
Yes. I believe if this is the person I think it is, they used to live in Zafari, which is a city over in Xanadu, of very wonderful alchemists, by the by. However, completely closed off to outsiders. They were a alchemist there by the name of Amalia Redondo. And I will give Renswa and Valen a history check.
I'm proficient.
That's fine. I have not been alive for very long. Yikes.
13? Alright. With 13, hey Renswa, give me a high or low. What?
Hi.
High. Okay.
Oh.
Oh. Valen, give me a high or low.
You know what? Just out of 50-50 odds, I'll say hi.
Alright.
What are the odds?
High. The odds are in your favor.
Hey.
Hey, look at that. You both got above 10, so you get to you had the chance of having this be something that your character would know. I'll DM this to you, Valen.
Yay.
Just
So you roll a check that has a possibility of failing, only to have another chance to fail at another check.
I know, right?
shush. It depends on how high you get. If you got above a 10, then you had a chance of knowing. If you got like a 15 or better, then you knew for sure.
So by that time, should be done with exhaustion levels. Yay! For everyone. Hopefully. Maybe, Percy.
I haven't had one.
Nope. Soren's going to continuously get exhaustion levels because he keeps failing the con saves every day.
Just pass 5 head.
I'm sorry. You're right. I will get on that the next time.
There you go.
Oh, no wonder that name sounded roughly familiar. it rattled in the back of my head.
Uh-huh.
You have to spill the beans now. Spill the beans. The
What was the
beans.
name?
Amalia. Something.
Amalia?
Redanto.
Yep.
Amalia what?
Redanto. Not very well known.
I will say, Shy, if you figure it out above game, I'll let your character have figured it out over time.
Nah, I'm stupid. Or like if it's stuff from the March, then I definitely won't know.
Yeah, it's West March information.
Oh yeah, then I don't know jack shit.
If
Oh,
you
yeah,
want to,
Amalia
Valen, you can-
Redanto, I remember that.
I
If you-
played.
Not,
I was only actually in like 3 games during the March.
Well, if you want to, Valen, you can say some shit.
huh? That is strange. That last, You would think that they all would go with the same names as their siblings.
Oh.
No, Redanto is the... Well, not a whole lot of people know this. Redanto is the last name of... Well, from what the one that I know is Roger. The one that helps out in Vitrium's Bar with No Name.
Wait, so the alchemist is a Roger? Or Regina?
I don't think so. If anything, hun, they're probably either sponsored by them, or they're just family members in the adopted sense.
Huh.
Maybe in the blood relation sense. I'm not sure. It depends on... I believe it depends on if it was the father of all of those owners with the bar with no name, or if it was one of his kids instead.
Huh. Where did you say where he resides?
The
Vitrium
It
bar
is
with
the
no
name
name.
of the... Yeah, the
Well,
Vitrium Bar with No Name, Roger.
He is the Roger who adventures. The one that walks around with his 4 little undead buddies.
Right. That's our Roger.
Yes.
Okay. So then where is Amalia again? Is she nearby?
Classic Roger.
What was your question? Oh.
I was like,
She's from Zafari.
is that near here?
No, it's in Xanadu.
Oh.
It's like, oh.
Oh.
Specifically from Zafari, which is an independent city-state.
Isn't Zafari the... I need to see the map again. The state that Anka is in.
If you would
No.
like to roll a history check, you may certainly do so.
I don't think so.
I need the map.
Fuck it. Can I roll a history?
By all means, all of you can.
17.
17's pretty good. 19's pretty good. 22
Oh,
is
and
even
then
better.
go-
Holy hell.
I do think that is the city
Seven.
that Anka is currently controlling.
It doesn't sound familiar though.
Well, Soren, you actually have advantage on this one because you've heard it specifically.
Okay. So 19.
Yes. Each of you guys would kind of go, oh yeah, that is the city that Anka is currently residing within.
Oh. Oh. Oh, he's there. Huh.
Not exact, not maybe specifically whatever Roger you're talking about. They're everywhere.
I'm sorry, Amalia.
I mean, she's from there. She's currently still here, to my knowledge, at the very least. I haven't heard any tales of slime girls walking about.
Well, yeah, she's still in the.
Somewhere in the world, Zoe sneezes.
Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure Amalia's still in the tower. Well, the slime Amalia, not the Rodanto.
Hun, I don't think you're picking up what I'm putting down. Amalia Rodanto is the slime Amalia you currently know.
Oh,
Yes. I
Gotcha.
remembered hearing about them as an alchemist in Zafari.
gotcha. I understand.
Agathar does not
Cool.
actually understand.
Sorry, it took me. Sorry, it took me a little bit to be on the same page. Because I'm also fucking stupid. We're on the same page now. Gotcha. Okay, so she's also. Oh, okay.
It's like be asking around once they have time to rest.
Yeah, I gotta
This
figure out a
little
way to.
barrier doesn't prevent messages from going out. That
We-
it does it.
I just look at Valen like, bro.
It's like, bro, I thought they removed the feeble mind, bro.
It's like you literally
No,
watched. You
well-
literally watched Percival send a message.
Well, no, because they don't know that we know that messages can be sent out.
I know, but it's like, yeah, I guess still looks at you like, really?
Also, you guys, yeah, like the barrier around the city, yeah, you can send messages through that.
You just can't teleport.
He nods. Of course you can.
All right, that'll make sending some messages a little easier then.
And who are you sending a message to? Perhaps I know them.
Just gonna ask Roger what he knows.
About who? Amalia?
Yes, see if he can't do some digging internally.
Hmm.
It isn't exactly hard to figure out.
He might be able to. I don't know. I can't say for sure. I don't really know them that well.
Above game, the more information we have over Amalia, who knows, might side with us.
I think I literally made friends with Amalia. I just have to talk to her.
Yeah, but more information the better.
I suppose.
That's my mindset on that. Like, hey, yeah, Agathar is one plan, but if Agathar fails, who knows?
If let's be honest, if she's not on Agathar's side, it's not good.
Tactical Roger, go!
Roger.
All right then.
It's like, I really can't help you. Here's a T-bone steak. Never mind.
You know what? I've reconsidered.
You make a fantastic point.
You know what? You kind of had me going there for a minute, but then he gave me this steak, and we're best buddies again.
I'm easy to please.
Wow, my master's sure not gonna like it when I tell her about this, but boy do I love steak.
Hey, guess what? I visit. Your master doesn't. That's kind of
Anyway.
rough.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Do you guys have anything else you want to ask these people?
No.
Not really. No.
Nah.
Alright.
I mean, unless we want to ask them more about reward for getting the forge or what they're. I'm not sure if I was paying attention, but did they agree to?
They agreed to help you guys get your cart.
Yeah.
No, to Raymier's plan.
Oh, they'll hear him out.
Yeah, they'll hear him out. Like, from what they said, literally out loud to you guys, is I mean, is they said worst case scenario, we just knock him over the head and replace him.
Yeah,
if he doesn't, if we don't agree with what he has to say.
Yeah, well, they'll get a couple of frag grenades in their mailbox, but that's for another time.
So wait, are they saying that about Raymier?
Yeah, they said that about Raymier.
Yeah, like that was
a while ago.
Yeah, I know that like you can say something about it now if you want to.
Yeah, Agathar wasn't happy that he said it, but he didn't address it.
Like their thing is, yeah, we'll hear him out. The worst case scenario is we can remove a piece from the board that we cannot control and replace it, or we'll have a new piece and we can use that.
Yeah, so Soren tried something similar to knocking Raymier over the head, and it did not work out for him. He actually almost died.
Yeah.
He actually almost fucking died.
Yeah, but it's Shad PCs against each other, so it could be pretty even.
Shut it.
You
guys are
it might be even. It might. It's Shad. He might favor one of his own PCs.
All right, that's right. This guy might have an AC of like 27 or something.
Oh my
fair.
They both roll nat 20s for their attacks and miss.
Shut it! You guys are being mean.
I mean,
Stop picking on me.
He already has a PC that can
Stop making it easy.
I could make you suffer.
You already have.
You
Make
do.
you suffer more. Anyway, moving along.
Anyway,
Light bullying is healthy. Yeah, Agathar doesn't really have anything else.
All right.
Does Valen?
Nothing else from Agathar. Nothing else from Valen. So we'll leave you guys to set up the meeting with Raymier. We will choose the location, and we can have that in, say, 3-4 days' time. 3 or 4 days' time.
Seems fair.
Alright then. In the meantime, please feel free to stay within our humble abode. And if you do go out, please do not shake our tails if you notice them.
I wouldn't dream of it.
They are for your safety, after all. I mean, hey, if you guys have been, found by bounty hunters, we could have assisted in the escape. But only if we're there, and only if we can actually, see you when it happens.
Soren pats on the two blade sheaths at his hip, and he goes, "I've already got 2 friends looking out for me now. They're pretty good about that." And he's grinning as he says this.
Meanwhile, inside the sword, Miggy-Da just looks up from where they're feverishly writing fanfic. Huh? What? Huh?
Is he talking about us?
We're supposed to be on guard duty? What?
No, I already went.
You hear light snoring from Hidari, and you hear intense scribbling from Migi.
you hear a little like. She just has a Pac-Man machine in the fucking.
And like through gritted teeth, Soren just goes, "Why, they're very good at it indeed."
Yes, I have friends who watch my back.
Huh? What? Watch what?
Oh, are you watching Agathar? No.
Ooh, actually, you know what? That's a really good line. Oh,
Wait, I have an idea.
hold on. Soren, hear me on this, okay? Now, imagine the scene, okay?
I'm afraid.
Now, imagine the scene. Agathar crying. His
very common occurrence.
His hands on his eyes, tears seeping through his fingers. And then
Is this Migi saying this?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then you
Okay.
walk past him and you place your straw hat upon his head as he simply says,
God damn.
"Help me." And then you respond with, "Of course I will."
Guys, I just got this letter. We're getting copyright struck. For whatever reason. Damn, they work fast.
And then as you leave, you say, "Watch my back." And then I can't even describe it because it's so sweet and heartfelt. And that's the perfect way to end volume 30.
Like his eyes are closed when he's just as he's just smiling, and then she says volume 30, and his eyes shoot open, and he just goes, 30 already? And he says this aloud.
What do you think we're doing while you're asleep?
30 what?
30 volumes.
Never mind.
Tell him 30
Head
volumes.
tilts.
I'll tell them later, alright?
Hey, Soren.
Okay.
Can you tell Agathar? Does he describe himself as paper flip, submissive and breedable?
You know what? She does ask that.
God damn it!
In that exact manner too. Just flip. Also, very minor question, because this actually changes the way a couple scenes work. Would Agathar describe himself as being, quote, submissive and breedable?
The cadence on breedable is just perfect there.
She had to make sure you knew what she was saying.
She's just like, you know, if the carpets match the drapes.
No, because we would know.
He just kind of like
carpets nor drapes.
he just kind of like shakes his head and goes, "Tell you later. We're kind of busy."
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're in a big important meeting or something like that. Okay. Scribble.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Well, if you guys have nothing else to say or add or do, you all stand up and you go back to your room. And
Soren will bow.
okay. Does anyone else have any particular greeting or farewell they wish to say before I move a scene to a different thing?
I just give him a nod.
I need a few things on this list, and I give them the list of a couple of like precious stones, some twine, and sticks,
And a pet Tarask.
All right. You get a nod from Lady. I'm acquisitions. I can help you out with that. This ain't much. I can get it for you. Have it for you in about say 2-3 hours.
Fantastic. I'd like to get to sleep tonight.
Of course. You're looking tired.
More so than normal.
Shot in the dark. A gilded skull, worth at least 300 gold pieces.
That might be a bit hard to
harder.
acquire here in Merzye of all places. You know, because of the whole anti-necromancy thing.
Makes sense. That's right. It was worth asking.
Not to mention, it was realized about, I want to say, a month after the fireball incident, but the big monster that got summoned here and whatnot, that killed a bunch of teenagers out in the middle of the streets, was summoned by that particular spell you need the component for.
Really?
She nods.
I don't think that was a spell, Shad.
Yeah, kick
Summon
that person's
undead.
ass.
That was the spell
Yeah,
that
summon
that Rickson used to
Uh,
maul the teenagers' bodies.
Well, that sucks. Because the fucking necromancers, or irresponsible ones, I should say. They're not all bad.
just continue on with what you're doing.
He just nods and just heads out.
At any rate, so yes, you guys make your way back upstairs as I do a little doodle-doo, 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 doodle-doo. Time shift backwards to the hallway, or the up
Restaurant.
the restaurant. God damn, it took me a minute to figure that one out. But yes, the restaurant, where you leave Smudge behind, Percival.
Yep.
What does Smudge do or say to announce their presence?
They're all setting things up and having a few drinks now. So I'm just gonna have Smudge invisibly land on the table as a cat.
All right,
And,
you get a few shocked expressions, just like, "Hey, we'll let this cat in here."
I mean, Smudge is very, very much just a cat by shape alone.
What the cat doing?
But once I know this is happening, Percy would have used a spell slot to impress her presence on Smudge from afar.
All right.
As the cat, does the thing, they sit like cutely, head upright tall, tail whipping behind them as Percival's voice leaves them. I had another proposition, one I did not want my group to be privy to, if you are so inclined.
Ah. Percival, yes?
There are a few who sound like me.
A couple. But, by all means, make your statement.
There is an object at the top of one of these towers I want. I know the path of least resistance that will get you to its peak, the traps along the way, and how to subvert its guardian.
Really?
I do. I am willing to share this with you if you are to retrieve said object for a price.
And what object would this be?
A large orb. It is projecting the field that restricts teleportation within the city. One of many, I assume. I only need one.
I am afraid that I cannot do this job for you.
And why is that?
Well, you may not be knowledgeable of this, but that particular orb is one of the main defenses of this city. It prevents things from both exiting as well as entering the city through various teleportation means, through conjuration magics.
There are several of these orbs. I assume they can be replaced rather easily by the one who made them.
One would think. But having just one destabilizes the whole barrier, which I do not wish to do to the defenses of this city.
And here I was thinking you were someone who valued coin over everything else.
Oh, I do value coin over pretty much everything else, but if you do recall, I do have some loyalty to the people here. However, if you are looking for a deactivation of this barrier so you may escape the confines of this particular place, well, that can of course be arranged quite easily.
That is not why I want it. I want to know its secrets. I want to replicate it.
Secret, secret, I've got a secret.
Well, that would require a Zim technician. But what we can do is we can provide photographs, we can provide other sources of information quite easily with regards to this particular orb.
I have already seen it up close. The eyes in front of you, I've seen it quite easily.
Ah.
I need the object itself, or the plans or means to create one.
Do you know how Zimlite operates?
I can assume, I could deduce, I could research, but at the present moment, no. I am still relatively new to Zimlite and the Merzye as a whole.
Well, of my particular group, only one person can even attempt to provide Zimtech and Zimtech augmentations. And they are not a person that we keep on staff at all times. The capabilities of Zimtech is a very strenuous process. It is a material that requires absolute focus and professional grade quality interactions. One cannot simply be an amateur. You are fairly well along your path if you can cast tier 5th magic, yes?
Like Smudge, as he's like describing all this, Smudge is just kind of like licking their paw and cleaning themselves nonchalantly as he's like, it's very hard to do and you must be a professional. And it's just like, I am a cat.
Yes. Currently, you are able to cast tier 5th magic, yes?
To your knowledge?
You are currently, I want to say, about halfway towards the peer of any Archmage of a particular field of magic, able to cast tier 9 spells, and so on and so forth. However,
I do not need to cast a tier 9th spell. I only need the operation of how this object works. I can do the rest on my own. I am offering you coin to give me some amalgamation of it. If you are unwilling to do the job for me, I will leave.
I'm not unwilling to do the job. I am simply trying to give you a bit of advice. You will be unable to ascertain the nature of this device. You have no background in artificing. You have no background in anything that is anything like Zimtech. And to craft this device, you need to be the rough equivalent of a tier 7th caster. And that's in a particular field of expertise, and not simply a side hobby.
Cattail lashing back and forth now in general cat discomfort.
Like I said, I do not wish to perform a job for you that you will get no benefit from. It is disingenuous. Like me selling a spellbook to some supreme martial warrior who could never understand the wizard notation inside. Even if they were to theoretically spend the rest of their lives attempting to learn it.
Just like a long look, like he doesn't. I guess I'm assuming he doesn't intend to be insulting, but basically saying like you couldn't possibly be smart enough to do this. So you should just give up.
He isn't trying to be insulting. He's trying to find ways to accurately describe the problem that you're going to have in this situation. Like, basically, from what he's saying, like, you trying to pick up Zimtech is as if you dropped all of your wizard levels and just started trying to learn Artificy. Or you picked...
I
or,
am no
or, you,
Agathar.
or you dropped all your wizard levels and started learning, and started being a cleric, right? Like, you may have the ability to do so, but you would not be taking class levels in Wizard. You'd be taking levels in Zim Technician. For your level 10, your level 11, your level 12, and so on and so forth. You'd basically have to multi-class into Artificer in order to attempt to do anything with Zimtech. And I don't mean Artificer the class, I mean Artificer like the Zim Technician class. Which is an NPC class. And not even designed for combat.
So, I suppose Smudge kind of like sits up and Percy responds with, I see I've wasted my time here. And with that, he just like disappears in a tiny clap of sound.
Long sigh from the king. Before nothing else happens because you can't see it.
Nope.
I'm sorry.
Harumph.
Moving along back to the thing. You guys all find yourselves back in your room, and you each get some lunch because it's been a couple hours. Percival, you get access to the materials you requested. You are able to make a few dream catchers because it's just force of habit, I'd imagine, is what you're trying to do here.
Yeah, like we're eating and Percy's got like a food beside her and she's just like a practiced hand weaving and stretching string and stone to make a sort of beautiful thing that's only going to be broken by nightfall.
I'm staring at her food to watch it disappear.
Oh no! Like it's like there is always a look for Soy Fang as she goes to bite her food, and if any of it disappears, she'll look up to Soy Fang and just hit her with a spell or something terrible.
Well, unless you guys have anything you'd like to say to each other, I can do a little minor time skip forward.
Yeah, he's looking through his spell scroll, see if, not spell scroll, spell book, to see maybe if anything changed, maybe if Raymier skimmed through it, because he's gonna, well, he can't do it until he long rests, but he would like to just look through his spell book, see if anything's on the ordinary, and maybe, honestly, show, because Soren wasn't here when it happened, but he would like to, like, show Soren the drawing, the Nat 20 drawing he made. I was like, so, like, I kind of made a dude weep over this. Is it really that good? And he just shows the,
so
it was supposed to be a, yeah, you describe it, but yeah.
So Soren, so it was some, when he shows you this, roll a wisdom save. Like,
disadvantage, I'm assuming.
I mean, it's up to you, man. If you have advantage.
Is it my spell Steve DC or is it?
Like your poison. Poison gives you disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks, I believe.
Yeah, not saving throws.
Yes.
Oh, that's true. So.
Nice.
Yes, at 21. So you know in the movie Pulp Fiction, right? How whenever Vincent is like prowling around the back of like the opening scene and he like pulls open the suitcase and like opens it up and there's like that golden light shining on his face. that's Soren right now, and Agathar's like, is it good? And it's like, yeah, no, it's good. It is.
We good? We're fucking good.
Yeah, we're fucking good. So it is a color in lines pirate thing, and the display is of what appears to be a halfling pirate swinging on a rope with a dagger in his mouth and a cutlass in the other hand, just like, "Yarg, mateys, I'm gonna come get the booty," type thing, and that is it's pretty much it. And it is impeccably colored. Like, the lines are actually redrawn, and there's like some pop to this picture. Like, it feels like this pirate could come leaping out the actual art piece at any point in time.
And like the back of it is like the view of the ocean, and like he actually like full on made ocean, like the ocean depiction
currents.
with waves and currents, with like a little bit of like ocean life in the back end that also looks immaculate. Like, this is a full like painting at this point. Yeah, Soren, I rolled a 32. Like,
What was
I beat an impossible DC.
What was the check? Like, was it?
Sleight
It
of hand.
was a sleight of hand.
It was sleight of hand. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, Soren looks at it, and his eyes just like kind of like open wide, and he looks over at Agathar, and then back down to the painting, then back to Agathar, and he points to it and goes, "You did this?"
Yeah, I mean, we were after that whole kind of weird, awkward thing. I just needed. I mean, he put down coloring stuff, and so I just kind of doodled. So I just kind of put all my energy into it.
He put down coloring stuff, and I just couldn't resist.
I just couldn't resist. Like, I mean, I draw blueprints and all that other stuff. So it's just like it was just a way to help blow off some steam.
How many times have you done this before?
Well, this is the kind of the first, but he like goes
Bullshit.
into the bag. I mean, I've doodled and colored, but he pulls out his little like journal that he uses for like research notes and blueprints, and then you see like he opens it up and like lets you look at it, and it shows like the process of like blueprinting Belle and possible combinations of like what will happen if I install her with this or with this, what will she look like, the possible benefits, cons, and they're like detailed blueprints, like almost straight out of like a medical journal almost, like with shading, and there's high or low?
Low.
There are, so as you kind of continue to flip through the blueprints, kind of like as you kind of get more close towards like the middle of the journal, there are like starting like kind of like blank corners and stuff where maybe there's like a couple of doodles, and then as you continue to go through further the journal, there are doodles of a little bit of everybody. There's some of a Percival being a grump, and Renswa sort of being in like meditative stance, and then there are plenty of handful of pages where doodles of you that are very well thought out and well done, but it's not like untasteful doodlings, but it's like maybe he saw you meditating and just kind of like doodled that, and maybe like standing defiant against a foe or something. And then there are like a lot of drawings of you, and then you start seeing doodles of Soy Fang in there as well. Like, one particular that takes kind of like an entire page is what he recollects of that date that he had with her on the tower where they're at the sunset. And this one's actually like colored in, showing the low sunset on her face as she just kind of looks out mystically, sort of in that blank expression that he can kind of remember. And then the page after that is still like continuations of blueprints, and you get probably near 3/4 of the journal before you do see beginnings of maybe a project called Anna, that there are like kind of doodles of what maybe look like maybe Belle, but there are this figure looks bulkier with wielding double shields, and then like that's very like sketches, and then maybe just start the process of writing down notes, and then after that it's nothing. That's the latest input off of it. But yeah, that's what you find in this journal. He can't exactly stop you. He sees you going through this journal pretty detailedly, and like he goes to say something, and then just kind of like he sees stuff.
Soren's just kind of like looking at this with almost a critical eye. How skilled are the drawings of everybody? Are they just like basic? Are they just like the first images that Migi was doing before Soren gave her some hints, or are they like particularly well done?
Should I throw out preemptive sleight of hands or something? Or like it starts out maybe a little not rough, but like had improvements, and then he's improved over time because he just kept doodling. But I guess let me just throw out sleight of hand, I guess, just to see how well they are. Fuck off.
The duality of hand.
Yeah. So they started out rough. It was definitely still like learning your face is sort of part of the relationship, but I think they got better over time.
Your hands.
So
You have never seen your hands in that way before.
Yeah.
Like it looks like AI art.
Yeah.
Speaking of
no.
hands.
No, it's not that bad. He at least gets the right number of fingers. They just look like
Yeah.
worms.
Hands are rough. Yeah, but like you could tell, like there are times where he spent maybe more time than just doodling. Like he put a lot of effort in a couple of them, and weirdly, mostly they were Ryu and Soy Fang.
So he's just like kind of flipping through these, and he just like casts. He's kind of looking at these with a combination of a critical eye as well as an appreciative one, and he just kind of like his eye just kind of like darts over to Agathar's like every once in a while as he's looking through these, and
every time your eye goes over to Agathar, he's a little more red every time. I was like, oh my god, he sees my secrets.
he smiles and he goes, "Was I not supposed to see everything here?"
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. That's fine.
So it appears you've taken up 2 hobbies here.
Yeah, well, he had my upbringing. He took every opportunity that you get to do something not necromancy.
And he goes back to the color in drawing and points to it after setting the journal down and says, "Well, now I see where you got the skill to do this."
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it was a good day. You know, it's like any drawing, it's like hit or miss. You know, I just had a good day.
Almost like you rolled a nat 20, eh?
Yeah.
He doesn't say that.
Yeah, whatever that means.
He goes,
Hey,
"Well,
why is my nose bleeding?
Well, you've gotten better over time, that's for sure.
Thanks.
And he kind of has a thoughtful look before he says, "I wonder if I could teach you a little trick."
Sure.
First, I'll have to see if you're capable of recognizing it, and that will probably take me a little bit, so, well, I have to get my calligraphy tools back first, but I could probably teach you a little trick that might end up being helpful in the future.
Sure. I would love to learn more. I'm always happy to learn anything new.
And he kind of like he opens the journal back up to the drawings that he did, and he goes, "I think you're ready for it." But unfortunately, like I said, I can't do it yet. I need my stuff back.
Of course. Then when we do, I'd be happy to learn whatever you're willing to teach.
Well, judging from what I'm seeing already, there's not really a whole lot I can. You've already got what looks like the basics down. You just need to practice more. And I don't think you have very far to go before you're as good as me, honestly.
How? Yeah, your paintings are amazing, but
It's a different style altogether.
yeah, but it's really nice.
Speaking
Why, thank
of,
you.
I'd love to
Speaking of,
take a crack at it.
speaking of very minor aside, Migi does
Hi.
chime in. Hey, Soren, could you ask that question now?
He just kind of like sighs and says, "Are they alone right now? Is it just Soren and Agathar?"
It
I think
is Soren, Agathar, and everyone else.
Yeah, we're all in the same room.
Yes.
Percy looks up.
and like literally everybody in here speaks Draconic as well. So
Yeah. Well, definitely Percival and you and I do. I think Renswa does as well, doesn't she?
I think Renswa also speaks Draconic. Yeah.
I think so. Only Valen
I-
doesn't know
I-
Draconic.
Yes, sorry, I was muted.
You're good.
Yeah, no, Renswa also speaks Draconic. She learned it from Mal.
Yeah, it's very,
No,
yeah, that's true.
boy.
Valen has.
You know
weird-
Celestial?
Abyssal
this is-
Sylvan.
This
Here.
is something that Soren begins to say out loud, but then he stops. He says, "That's something," and then he stops and he begins to internalize it and says, "That's something I will ask him when not everybody is around to hear it."
But
You
I wanna
horny
know.
bastard!
hey, look. You try being stuck in a sword for like thousands of years, okay? And you tell me that you wouldn't be just a little bit.
Amen, sister. Soy Fang's just chilling there in the sword for no reason. Amen,
So-
sister.
Yeah, so Fang's just like, I believe the phrase that the kids say is mood.
oh, don't worry. I'll take care of my needs soon enough.
Soren just kind of replies back to Migi with, I guess I can see that. Remember that the offer to try and find a way to get you out of there is still on the table."
I know, but I mean, it's just the way it is currently. Just ask the question. I need it for my notes and my research. I want all 30 volumes of this. I want all. How many volumes did you... She looks over and Hadari is still snoring. I want all however many volumes we have planned of this. Of your lovely romance with Agarius. To be properly mapped out and be lore accurate.
Are you needing some cuddles later or something?
No.
As the DM goes silent.
No.
Silent consideration.
No, I don't need cuddles. Do you need cuddles?
Like, do you need cuddles, and from who?
At any rate, yes, please just do it. You know what? Hey, if you want to, you could just, let me take over. I'll ask him, and then he can blame it all on me. Huh?
He starts to snicker a little bit and just starts chuckling, and then he says, Migi has a question for you.
This should
Okay.
be good.
Don't say it's a question from me. It has to be asked from you.
He's like, oh, this is about art. Okay, cool.
Well, you didn't tell me to not say that.
Look, It
What are
has
we
to
asking
be.
Agathar now?
Okay. Look. Tell him that I just
going to be
wanted to
horny.
know where he learned his art from. Yeah. And then you ask him later, "Hey, Agathar, are you, quoth, submissive and breedable?" And if you can find a pair of glasses to wear while doing it that you can just kind of like push up on your nose, it would be just perfect.
I've got a better idea, actually. He says as he begins to think into the sword as this smile stretches across his face, and he says, "Don't worry, you'll like it."
Oh. I'll need to wake up Hidari for this one.
Is this danger sense going off?
No.
Yes.
No, it's not. His danger sense is not going off.
Okay.
and Soren again thinks, "Don't worry, I'll ask him."
Okay, good. Now ask him about the art to throw off the scent.
She wants to know where you learned your art.
Oh. Well, I learned it from myself. I never. Well, I wasn't really allowed to do anything other than necromancy, so I just kind of taught myself. And I used whatever diagram blueprint that I learned from my parents, and I just kind of translated it into art. So I taught myself.
Tell him I said thank you.
She says thanks.
Oh, no problem.
Tell him it's being added to the notes.
She also says it's being added to the notes.
Oh, cool.
Scribble.
Cool.
I look
If
like
if she has any other questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Oh, I'm sure she does.
Head tilt.
What are you trying to say over there, Percival?
That question was too tame. You know what she really wanted to ask was far more horny. Looking to Soren knowingly.
If Soren would like to roll deception versus your insight, he may certainly do so.
My tired ass head.
I mean, Soren's not even going to try. He's just going to look at Percival and just shrug. Who knows? I don't.
You do, but okay.
A good deflection. Be like the travelers.
I hate the travelers.
Anyway, so Percival, you finish crafting and weaving up your dream catcher, and it is very good. It's fairly good looking. And roll me a spell ability check. This will be a disadvantage. 15.
Ooh, nice.
Nice. Very nice. You sense that this Dreamcatcher has a bit more magical potency to it. This one is really well woven. This one's really well woven. Really well woven. Ah.
Can I examine it?
Sure. What do you want to? How do you want to examine it? Arcana? All right.
I'm looking it over to see if it will do what I want it to.
Oh yeah, I know it'll do what you want it to. Easily enough.
She pulls a feather or two from under her jacket, where she has a couple of strays not locked up, but like pressed into her jacket, and ties them to the edges of it. That'll do.
All right.
Soren is going to look for some basic art supplies, like just very basic.
All right.
And then he's, at the first opportunity, he's going to set himself to drawing a portrait.
Okay, then. Roll me a painter's tools check.
Can I use the calligrapher's?
You can. You will also have an advantage on this, as Miggy is very much invested in what you're doing.
Right, so advantage. Wow, thanks,
15.
Roll20.
15 is really good, though.
Yeah, what,
Could
but
be
from
better.
a +9.
We don't talk about the +9. 15 is really good though. But no, you draw what you want to draw, and it looks really good.
Okay. Soren has utilized a samurai art with this.
Oh no, I have something hilarious. I don't know if you'd
Yeah.
let me do this.
What do you
Never
guys want?
mind.
What do you want to do?
I was just wondering if there at any point we could have just had this like I could have cast mind reading. What the hell is that spell called? I have it. I have it.
Detect thoughts.
Yeah, detect thoughts. If I could have just had that going and I just didn't say.
If you, I mean, sure, I'd allow it.
I don't know. It's up to Soren because it's his mind I'm reading.
I mean, he probably wouldn't be happy that you did that.
But he's not saying that you can't as a player.
Nah, I didn't do it. I didn't say it, therefore it didn't happen.
Okay then.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I'll stop interrupting. I'm being fucking horrible.
You're
No,
good,
that's
dude.
fine. Like
Sorry.
it's like I wouldn't say you can't, but if Soren finds out that you did do that without letting him know or asking him permission, then he would
It's
be
on
a little
site.
bit
Oh,
upset.
I would. If I had thought to do it, I at like the moment the conversation was like over and everybody was starting to walk away, I would be like, "Hey, Agathar, are you submissive and breathable?"
So-
Just a head tilt.
So how long does this piece take Soren to draw?
I would say it takes you, depending on the complexity of the piece, anywhere between, I want to say, 30 minutes to 2 hours, depending on how complex it's going to be.
Yeah, if there's nothing planned for the rest of the day, he's going to probably spend the full 2 hours on it to make it
Oh,
something
Then
quite
make
special.
then make another calligrapher supplies check, and you also have advantage.
I'm definitely.
That's better.
Ooh. Okay then. All right then.
It's still not
And
a 32.
I would imagine after roughly 2 hours, Percival's
Hey,
probably
eat
just
me,
dead
Agathar.
asleep.
Sorry. Go ahead, Chad. I'm sorry, what?
I will say it around this point in time. Percival's probably asleep. Yes.
And we're all. It's like it's bed. Everyone's gone to sleep.
I mean,
Or we're going to
it's
sleep?
been 2 hours. I don't know if Percival's wanting to stay up all day. Like it's roughly 4-ish p.m.ish.
Yeah, I mean, we have nothing better to do right now.
It would be
Yeah.
it would be an early night, but you would get your full long rest.
I would have gone to the room to where the bed is.
You were already in the room.
Oh.
Yeah,
That's
we've
where
been in the
all
room.
this has been taking place.
So when the piece is done, he's going to hand it. He's going to go ahead and give it to Agathar,
Mm.
and he's going to say, "So this is where I first see if you're truly ready for that art."
Ooh. He has definitely been drawing in his journal for the past 2 hours, but not like drawing, but he's working on that final page, and then he closes it and takes the drawing. And what is he looking at?
He's looking at a. It doesn't look as elegant as it does when he's using his calligraphy tools, but it's another landscape portrait of a rolling hill with like a little patch of trees off to the side with the sunrise, and it's very, very well done, and it's probably another one of his best works. But as he's sitting there, like looking at you looking at it, he says in Draconic, "Try reading between the lines," and then he walks away.
He looks at Soren, head tilt, goes back to the painting, and then just like brings it closer.
All right, let me just look up exactly how this works.
It's an investigation check.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what the DC so roll an investigation check.
Okay, can I, for shits and giggles, can I do can I cast borrowed knowledge to get proficiency in
Sure.
investigation for that? He
There's
is like, he
there's
puts on reading
nothing
glasses
saying
and then
you. There's nothing saying you can't.
yeah, he's like, he takes reading glasses out of nowhere and sets them on the end of his snout.
Also, a quick question: you wouldn't happen to have comprehend languages prepared, would you?
Let me check. No, I don't.
Damn it!
No,
If you have it in your spellbook, you can ritual.
It's in my
cast
spellbook.
it. Yeah, you can ritual cast
Oh, he'll give it the old college try before he does comprehend languages.
it. Okay.
He wants to work for it
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
by also giving himself proficiency to make it easier.
all right then.
Fuck my life.
Yeah, that
So
that
so about
unfortunately
that
fails.
comprehend language.
God damn it.
But you've seen. I would say you have advantage on this because you've seen a lot of his work before. Like he's shown it to you.
That's also
So-
true.
I'll go ahead and say that you have advantage on that.
There we
All
go.
right.
Soft 20.
There's a message in there. You don't know, like you can't exactly see what it is, but you can tell that there's a meaning to this image.
Huh. Okay. So is that what he interprets as, are you submissive and breedable?
Well, I mean, you don't know. There's
Okay.
there's a message in there, but you can't decipher it without magic.
Huh.
Which is why I asked if you had comprehend languages.
I see. Okay. Huh. He sets the painting down on the ground and flips through his spellbook, and then he'll ritual cast comprehend language.
Right? You put your hand to where you found the message at, and it reads. So it reads. Oh, how should I put this? So, wondering if you're submissive and breedable, asking for a friend. Or wondering if you would consider yourself submissive and breedable, asking for a friend.
What a way.
All right. All right. So this will be. I'm gonna wisdom check just to see if he fucking understands what that means. He has no fucking clue what that means.
It meets the brick wall.
Yeah. Huh. He's just head tilt, head tilt, head tilt. Why submissive and
Well,
I look over at the door. Hey, Soren!
and around
See,
that,
I thought.
No, I was
See,
like,
I
no,
was just
hey,
expecting.
Red
He just
Claw!
starts.
yeah.
No, he just connects to Soy Fang with his mental link.
Hey, so,
Very-
quick question. Yeah, go for it, sorry.
Soy Fang, would you describe me as
Yes.
submissive
Yeah.
and breedable?
Yes.
I never thought you would ask this question, but yes. Anyway, so yes, around the point in time you're like, hey Soren, you guys would probably notice that Percival has fallen asleep by this point in time. And it's around this point in time that, Agathar, roll your wisdom saving throw for me real quick.
Oh, cool. Yeah, let me roll another 4.
Damn.
You feel the tickling on the back of your neck as a sense of danger enters the room, and you see the dream catcher that Percival had just formed begin to spark with a bit of magic as she begins to toss and turn in her sleep. And that is where we are going to end the session. As Percival gets this look of anguish on her face, and that dreamcatcher begins to spark and fizzle. The various notes, the various onyx black gemstones starting to peel away this thin veneer to reveal this green gem-like material. As that's where we end the session.
Oh
Sold me
boy.
bum rocks.
At any rate, so did you guys have fun with today's session? It was a lot of RP.
Yes, it was all RP.
It was all.
There were 2 opportunities for combat that whole session. And boy, howdy, would it have not gone well for you in either case. Well, I mean,
Nope.
the first case maybe would have been okay, but the second one,
We would have had it. We would have had it.
Let me have my big orb that make no teleporting.
I'm
I want it.
sorry. I'm keeping it in lore with how this particular area of the setting works. Quest said it himself that any player who wanted to do Sim Technician shit would actually have to take the NPC class Sim Technician.
Oh, hiss.
I know. Anyway, so if you guys watching our lovely little VOD enjoyed the stream, enjoyed our little D&D campaign, remember to like, subscribe, and comment, and we'll see you guys next week. So Agathar, say bye to the people.
Hi. I still answered that question.
Yes.
Maybe
Percival.
Ranso would know.
Percival, say goodbye to the people.
Goodbye, people.
All right. Rensu, say goodbye to the people.
Goodbye.
All right. Soren, say goodbye to the people.
Goodbye, and want to go to sleep.
No sleep
Valen, say goodbye to the people.
Goodbye, everyone.
All right, and remember that maybe next week, maybe the week after next at the worst, you can catch us live on Tuesdays at 5:30 CST, and catch the VODs the day after on Wednesday at 5:30 CST PM. That is PM for both times. And from all of us to all of you, have a wonderful day and a good night. Bye-bye!
Bye.
Bye.